Hello, everyone, and welcome to podcast number 67. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Joined here in studio in Milwaukee, Wisconsin is Johnny V. Johnny, we're here for podcast 67.
Are we?
A little more than a year into it. It's time we get down to some business.
I'm about to hang it up. Call it a little retirement talk. Kind of go down to Florida.
I'm not sure you have much in the Smashbox pension fund. I'm not sure that's going to do you any good.
But I've been investing everything we've made.
Well, that just gets you disc golf rich, as we like to say. So tonight, it's going to be a little bit different format. Here we are on another week where there isn't a lot of disc golf that's being played in terms of the tournament scene. However, I think we're going to have a very good time anyway because we've got our four-time and reigning disc golf world champion on the men's side in Paul McBeth. He's going to be joining us tonight. Looking forward to plenty of question and answer action. Both Paul and I talked about it last night. We said, let's go ahead, and it was his suggestion, actually, to go ahead and put it out there, let the world of social media.
Yeah, he pushed it pretty good. He pumped it hard.
He did. He says he's an open book. He's ready to talk.
Really?
He's ready to talk.
Think of some good questions out there, people.
I saw some.
No?
There's some really good ones out there. I give you guys some credit. There was some very good questions that came in. One of the things I immediately prefaced it with by saying, don't ask what his favorite disc is. I understand you naturally want to know, but watch it in the bag, pay any attention, and you'll know what he's throwing. Now, I realize there are a few discs that are coming to the market and what it's going to take to get into his bag and so on and so forth. We'll probably lightly touch on a few of those things. And I'm going to go ahead and say we are not going to ask every single question that came in. There were actually just so many that came in, I couldn't even keep up with all of them.
Yeah,
so
they were coming in pretty hot and heavy.
I'm going to do my best to go through them and see what I can do to try and stay on top of them and ask them. Thank you to Joe W. here in Milwaukee helping us out and helping, categorize the questions a little bit for me. So I might pick and choose and jump around and see what we can do. So that's what we have going on. Before we get to Paul, is there anything else I heard there's a movie that came out this weekend.
Yeah. I may have seen Star Wars twice.
You did?
I did. I went on Saturday night with some golfer friends of ours, some good friends. We tend to go see a lot of the action, sci-fi, comic book type movies together, and then it was so good, I just decided to turn around the next day, and I took my 6-year-old boy. We walked across the street, right off 27th Street here, and went to the theater and watched it on Sunday night, and it was good. It was good. Should I spoil it all?
I was just going to say, can people still spoil it?
Yes.
I mean, obviously people haven't seen it, but we're still in spoils?
I think there's a pretty good 2 weeks. I think you have 2 weeks is a pretty good buffer. You don't try not to spoil anything before 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, it's fair game. If you haven't seen a movie or a TV show in 2 weeks, then I think it's your own fault at that point. I stayed off social media, so anyone that tried to contact me from Wednesday, basically Wednesday morning, through Saturday night, I didn't even want to risk a chance of being spoiled on the movie.
And that's what the main talk out on the Facebook is no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers.
Yeah.
So, I don't mean to spoil this for anyone. Amy Poehler, Tina Fey, great job in Sisters.
I didn't see. Did that make any money?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I mean,
but I know it was out this
going
weekend.
up against a movie that broke every single record ever on the books, short of adjusted for inflation, which is Gone with the Wind, which no one will ever beat because there was like 12 people and they all saw it. So
yeah.
Other than that, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that's what was going on this last weekend. I didn't even honestly look too much at other events taking place. I had to switch the event that I normally run in the last week in December. I had to switch that to this previous weekend because I knew that the 26th may or may not be a good date for turnout. So I had to switch it, and we even had to switch the venues because normally we play and it overlaps a local ball golf course, and they said stay off the damn ball golf course. We don't want you tearing that up, so we had to switch the venues. All in all, when it was all said and done, Had a few, well, literally I was going to say a few dozen. We had just short of 40 people show up. Played over at Esserbrook Park. I played miserably. I'll throw that out there. It's not really a secret. It was truly embarrassing the way that I played. And we saw David Heasley from Illinois, good buddy of ours, do very well. I'm almost, I guess I can't go as far as saying embarrassed, but congratulations, Illinois. I believe swept every division that I offered this last weekend. Well, except for the two novice women that showed up. But Illinois otherwise swept the novice division this weekend. So congrats, Illinois. And also, sad turnout for Wisconsin. That says that. What I did also see, though, is my good friend, PDGA 4666, Steve Rico of Legacy Discs, taking home his 100th victory this weekend. He had to go into extra holes, I believe, with Peter McBride. And over at Sylmar, at the course in Sylmar, I think that's Veterans Park is what it's called over there.
Yep, it's the Xmas Open or the Christmas
Open. And Steve Rico taking down his 100th victory. So congrats. Saw Philo, Jeff Yonker, and a few others were out there. But congratulations, Mr. Rico. We know that beating you at Sylmar is a feat that very few individuals have ever done. And this weekend you prevailed. So
I'd hand it to him.
100 wins. Now, we talked about Schwabe. We've, your McCoys, your Schultzes, Climos. McBeth's not even there. But we talk about 100 wins.
It's going to be harder for him to get there as he takes more breaks. And I'm only going to win 15 events this year.
Well, but various areas, I'll say that's definitely more of an accomplishment in various areas. Jeff Bennett in Michigan, sitting on 99 aces and 99 wins right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I saw that on social media. But 100 wins, I think of SoCal, I think of California, and I think of the talent that's out there.
Yeah, but I think it's hard to get 100 wins in Montana.
It'd take you 40 years to play 100 events.
Just might.
But I think of it as, like Chris Herron here locally. I may have 100 wins or close to it, or maybe more than, whatever it is. Those are one-day C-tiers against an entire field of sub 1,000 rated players regularly.
Yeah.
He's clearly won some big events. He's clearly done well and performed well.
Yep.
No discredit in that sense. However, the 100 wins in California, I think, is and it's taken him 20-some years. That should prove to you right there that the caliber and the competition is so much stiffer out there than it is here, where it's taken Chris 10 years to get that many. And Chris played a ton, and he toured a ton, and so on and so forth. So anyway, kind of interesting statistics out there. I'm sure Chuck Kennedy's listening somewhere. He's probably got something to chime in.
He'll chime in a little later, I guarantee it. He'll probably pull up a whole list of all the 100-win players.
That would be a great list to pull, actually.
It would. The Century Club.
Yes. Do they wear yellow jackets, sell houses?
No.
Century 21? No? Okay.
No.
I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Maybe a backup plan. Anyway, did anything else jump out at you? Did you see any other results or things that?
No, I was kind of peeking around. It looks like there was a. It's really slow. We have a bunch of C tiers. Yeah. There was a B tier in Japan, but there's no results for it, so unfortunately I can't even give you any answers for it. Poor me. So no, we have a bunch of C tiers, and that's about it.
I mean, not that we can't report them. Click on the one in Dexter, just because I honestly
Dexter, Michigan.
I didn't see if Jeff Bennett was in fact competing in that. And
Jeff Bennett was competing, and he beat George Bino. He won by a single stroke. So
I'm not sure if that was prior.
Was that 99 or was that 100?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna do a little quick Facebook stalking and see if he had any other updates or details. I don't see anything. Yeah, it says on his Facebook, nice job on 100.
Okay, so he's part of the Century Club then.
Yeah, there you have it. So congrats, Jeff Bennett.
Yeah, according to his PDGA page, it says career wins 98, but that might be only sanctioned. It might not be quite up to date.
Well, yeah, things have to get submitted. Good news for everyone that cares around here. Both cold turkey results have been submitted to the PDGA, as well as the event I just ran 48 hours ago or 72 hours ago, all submitted. The next PDGA ratings update, and this is where I was really going with that, is I believe that's going to be the first couple of weeks into January, and a lot of people are talking about the ratings that just came out. If
ratings came out?
If this I'd consider this a public service of some sort. all PDG events need to get their act together and get their stuff submitted ASAP so that they can get year-end stuff done, so that they can get all of those rankings and other things that need to get in. I know there's some people that are incredibly frustrated. They're like, oh, I played really well at such and such tournament, and it's not reflective on my rating, and so on and so forth. So encourage your local tournament directors to get the results in immediately. I think there were, last time I was, they send an update email every once in a while. It had 20 or 30 names on it. So there's really not much you can do in terms of your rating unless your tournament director submits the results to the PDGA. So make sure that they get on top of it and get that taken care of for you. Or unless your rating sucked, people are like, well, I don't care if they lose that one. I'd be okay. I played horrible that weekend. But either way, they all need to get submitted. So go out and tell your friends that we're live. We're going to be joined by Paul McBeth in just a few moments here.
Now, originally you had said that he wasn't going to be our only guest.
Correct. Originally, Paul had actually reached out to me a week or so ago, asked about, I think his exact terminology via text was, when's the next time I can step inside the Smash Box? You won us over with that play right there, Paul. No, He was traveling this weekend. He was with our world champion on the amateur side of things, Mr. Anthony Barella.
Because there was a lot of speculation with the way you phrased it.
I know, I'm sneaky like that.
Some people were saying Nate and Val, maybe. I don't even know what some of the other options were.
Well, it could have been like a Paige and Paul, because Paige
Paul
is a world champ, and there's conversation always going on around her. Yeah, lots of different ways. Well, it was Anthony Barella. However, it sounded like Anthony might have a scheduling conflict. And Paul's
plans,
a bedtime, and Paul's plans changed slightly, so we may or may not hear from Anthony at some point tonight. But I know they were together, and we'll ask Paul more about it. I believe he was volunteering. I believe he was helping out at a tournament this last weekend, and not competing in it. But I did see him throwing down some spike ball. So
saw spike ball. I saw some action at the Rancho location,
Cucamonga.
Throwing some speed.
So we'll get into all of that here shortly. I'm trying to think if I had anything else other in social media news that's been going on. I can't say that I've seen too much of the chatter going on the board. Chiming in, late breaking news right now. Our pal Scott tells us that Ricky Wysocki, it sounds as if he may have won the putting league for the second straight week. I thought they were near the finals. Maybe they're starting up a new section, but
could be.
Wysocki, that's not all too surprising. Let me go here. This weekend we saw Ricky Wysocki made a post about visiting the location for the American Disc Golf Tour.
Correct, yeah.
And he was joined, I believe, by Billy Crump, as well as Brian. I don't know if Brian Schweberger was there. I know Barry Schultz was there. And Schwebby, I don't know if you're on the board. I apologize. But I know that Billy Crump and Ricky Wysocki were for sure there along with Schultz. I talked to Wysocki on Saturday night. He said he checked out the property. He says it's gorgeous. He said that there's a lot of good things going on there. I think one of the things that was maybe either blatantly or not referenced or talked about at some point, though, is the American Disc Golf Tour is going to kind of do what we saw with the event over in Europe last year, in that they're broadcasting 5 holes.
Just the final 5. Now, I heard this from... Did you listen to the Another Round radio broadcast?
Final Round, the number 1 podcast on the internet. I listened to it. Most of it.
Okay. Yeah, I listened to it too. They did a really good job of interviewing Billy. And Billy I won't say let something slip, but he spoke of how they were going to cover this broadcast. And he did say that they were going to do the last
5 holes.
5 holes for ESPN, very similar to the European Open.
Correct.
Now, do you think there was a lot of backlash for the European Open?
With disc golfers? No way.
There was some discontent in the disc golf world.
Okay. Gosh, that surprises me.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Do you think they're going to get the same kind of backlash? Or do you think now that we've set the European Open has kind of set a standard, if it's up to a specific quality, that there will be less backlash?
Answer is yes. There will be backlash. And it has nothing to do with their specific details or what they're doing. It is just the fact that people have grown so accustomed to either full round coverage, live or recorded.
Okay.
We're just accustomed to that. And they clearly could knock it out of the park and do an amazing job, and it could be the best 5 holes ever played in disc golf. And I'm expecting that it very well could be that. However, people are still going to be disappointed that they're not getting all 18 holes.
Agreed.
And
who knows
I understand.
And who knows what the full media is going to be, if they're going to have someone there locally to record it all, to give you all 18, or is it going to be 18?
I heard 20-some holes, but
20-some
whatever
holes,
the number is.
After the fact, the next day or the day after. I don't know. But
yeah, so that's something I fully understand. I don't understand all the details, but I know that's what they're going to say is there's a reason for it. I believe in whatever the reason or logic will be for it.
Sure.
That's all fine and dandy. Like I said, no matter what you do, there's going to be some backlash.
It's probably pricing. Let's be real. If you're putting out a professional, high quality ESPN grade production, as we saw with the European Open, that requires a lot of cameras, professional cameramen, wiring a course. The amount to wire an entire 18-hole course, especially on a golf course, you're looking at some astronomical, probably six-digit prices.
Yeah, or more likely, I think what they're going to be doing is some kind of line of sight using satellites and other things.
Correct.
Still, again, very pricey.
Very pricey.
And could be very challenging for doing on this entire course.
Yeah.
So, especially on a disc golf budget of any kind, no matter how much they're putting up. So, that's what we can report on, is that's happening. The other news in terms of tours, which again, I think we'll touch on some more of this stuff with Paul once we get him on the line, but the other news is today Jessica Weiss announced, maybe announced isn't the word, proclaimed some frustration.
Oh, yeah, because the Disc Golf World Tour just, I won't say let in, but offered a position for the what they consider the top 3 rated women. And I mean, when they consider, I suppose they looked at the rating and saw that it was Kat, Katrina Allen, Paige Pierce, and Valerie Jenkins.
Correct. So Jessica, who's I believe I think she's the 5th highest rated, or she might be ranked. Either way, she was 5th. There was just a very healthy discussion about it as to how they arrived at that. You know, what that really means in terms of the women playing. Why is it 3 versus 10?
Versus 5 versus 10.
And then, of course, the inevitable question came up, well, why don't they just have their own division? You know, so on and so forth. And a lot of that's been talked about, and I think it's going to get beat down. But no matter how much it gets beat down, it's going to always continue to come back up.
Yeah.
So a very healthy discussion on Jessica. I know that both her and I actually ultimately asked Katrina outright if Katrina was planning on playing in them, and she very eloquently said where it makes sense, she may play, and now, where it doesn't make sense, she may not.
Is that an we'll call it an exemption for whatever's sake.
Okay.
Is that exemption just for La Mirada, or is that an exemption for the entire tour? Will that roll through all 5 events? I wasn't clear on that. So, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll admit I do not know, or I would think it would be somewhat of a transitional thing where they would have to look at that by the next ratings update. Because let's just play pretend and say one of those women fall out of it. I'm guessing that it's just for the next event that's coming up. Now, I believe I also saw, and I apologize for not knowing the exact details, but I also saw that at a certain point soon, if you're rated 940 and above, you can sign up for the tour, the World Tour. Sorry for you. But if you're rated 940 and above, you may be able to sign. That includes, again, another handful of our women.
Yeah.
That if they wanted to go play, I'm pretty sure Owen Scoggins, I'm pretty sure Jessica Weiss, Sarah Holcomb, all would therefore be eligible above that 940 rating. So if they did want to play again, one gentleman on the board had asked about if there was going to be some kind of handicapping system for any one of any divisions. And I feel even in asking that question, what it's doing is it's losing the entire focus of what UC's trying to do by having it as one division, one champion. It can be male or female, but everyone's competing in one single division. And if Kat or Paige or Val or Weiss or Holcomb, if they get into the event by any of the criteria set forth and they perform well and win or whatever the case might be, it's all within the open division that's available.
Correct.
And I just can't stress that enough. And
I don't. And I'll say this: I don't mean to be rude to any of the women, but in the UC style of course,
careful yourself. Watch
it's
yourself
going
here.
to be very hard for them to keep up.
It could be.
You know, you put them on a shorter, more accurate, maybe a wooded course, something that is within their reach for most drives. I think, 2 or 3 of them, those 3 could probably keep up.
Yeah.
But we all know UC style is not the way that works. More than likely, he's going to stretch out the course.
Yeah.
It's going to the men are going to have a clear advantage with distance. So it's going to be sheer power and distance. But you know what? It'll be. We always kind of say, I'd love to see what she could have done against them on any particular course. Hopefully, we'll get to see now. We'll get to see whether it's 2 strokes around, 10 strokes around, or what on these courses.
Yeah, and yes, UC is in fact running the World Tour. He is spearheading that as one of the questions that has just come in. So it'll be interesting to see. And some people even just chimed in. It's obvious that women aren't welcome. I think it's really, and here is the, and I'm not taking a side. I think I just like to throw out different scenarios. I think what it is that UC at this point hasn't concerned himself with growing the pro women's side in having their own division.
Correct.
In that sense.
Correct.
That's his style.
Yeah. And you could very easily
or his objective.
You could very easily make the argument. Guess what? We're going to grow the men, and that will lift the women as well. If the more exposure to the sport is good for everybody. So yes, they may not be included directly with this, but they're going to benefit in the long run. It all depends how you look. And some people are saying, oh, it's making UC look like a pushover. And maybe not. I mean, I can see I don't know if this was his plan from the get-go, or if this just kind of was something he's looking at the numbers now and says, oh, no, we can get them in there. Let's bring them in. Let's showcase a couple of these women. So,
well, I can say best of luck to anyone. I feel like if you're eligible and you want to play in it,
go
I feel
sign
like
up.
You should. Paul Ulibarri has chimed in saying Kat and Paige have both put up monster rounds on his courses. I don't disagree with that or whatsoever. We would love to see anyone that wants to and is eligible to compete in it. I don't think it's fair to continually though bash the idea that he's not having women because you could then immediately say, oh my gosh, UC's not playing into the Masters crowd. Why aren't there any Masters divisions? It's a matter of where are you going to draw the line? And that's clearly no disrespect to any of our women, but that's UC's goal and vision and focus right now. Drew Gibson made a lot of interesting points today talking about how in professional sports, we usually have the women competing totally different weekends and or venues than we do have the men. And I know that applies but doesn't because disc golf is so unique in its sense. But, it's going to be a debate. All I know is it's going to be a debate that's going to rage on as we see that the women, are getting in
you think?
The way that they are or whatever. So best of luck to all of you guys fighting about it. I'll sit back and watch it unfold. Anyway, all right. I think in just a few moments we're going to be able to bring Paul in. I know Paul's going to, in talking to him last night, he said he doesn't know about a lot of the Disc Golf World Tour stuff, except for I think he just plans to show up. He's going to be there.
Yeah.
He is an ambassador, and he obviously is going to be a competitor. However, he doesn't have every answer.
He's not going to concern himself with a lot of the nitty-gritty details.
When is registration open for 940 players? That is something Paul's not going to probably want to concern himself with.
They're going to probably nail out, and we'll probably cover this with him. They're going to nail out some signings and things like that beforehand, because I know UC, they kind of did that over in Europe. They'll probably schedule that. They'll tell Paul, this is when the event is. Paul will roll into town, throw some Frisbees, and leave.
Yeah. All right. Sign some babies.
Yeah, maybe.
Exactly. All right, let's see if we can get him on the line and get some of this action clarified with him. Our pal Jordan says 9:40 registration opens tomorrow. So, wow, the timing seems impeccable there.
Wow, almost like we planned it.
Which I really didn't.
And now, without further ado...
You guys are.
All right.
Paul asked us to give him some Little Justin Bieber action. So we did.
Very appropriate. Hey, Paul, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
We're doing well. Last year, or in this last year, we had our fun little shtick about you and I getting mad at each other and me calling you pretty much lucky. We did all of that stuff. And you've been gracious enough to be on the show. You've been obviously featured plenty of times during our live broadcast. You've been on the podcast. And tonight, it's going to be a little different. We got some hard-hitting questions. We've got things that people want to know about you and what your plans are. I said some of the questions were really brilliant, some not so much. And I feel like if I'm not doing my job, if I don't probably get one of the more awkward ones right out of the way, like one of the harder hitting ones for you. So if you're ready, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
All right. What's going on with the hair?
The hair?
Yeah. Everybody wants to know.
Yep.
Honestly, it was like my hair was just so long and I needed a haircut. And my brother was just joking around. Adam, the youngest one, was just like, why don't you just dye it and then cut it? And I was like, well, it's off season. I was like, you can do it? And he's like, yeah, I do my brother's all the time. And Jonathan's always had some crazy hair colors, so I was like, sure, why not? You know. But we were originally going to go with like red or something, but I just left it with the blonde because I'd have to take like two more weeks or 3 more weeks to be red, and I went without it.
All right, so just how much criticism have you received about it? Or poking fun?
A bunch.
Okay.
I didn't know it's such a big deal to people, but it's fun. I'm enjoying it. I don't care.
What's been your favorite comment so far about your hair?
About my hair? Actually, I get a lot of compliments on it in person.
Okay.
Nobody says anything, ridiculous in person. It's mostly over the computer. But there's a lot of compliments to them, but mostly like, oh, bringing the 90s back, Slim Shady. So.
That'd have to be a little tighter cut, I think, for that. You'd have to...
Well, and you're used to it. Everything that you do, whether it's from Smashbox or others, every move you make, you're under a microscope. You're somewhat scrutinized. You're questioned. People want to know why you bought that truck, why you bought that car. You know, oh, I don't believe he did this or did that or whatever. I mean, you're always under a microscope. Obviously, being the top player in the world, does that ever weigh on you whatsoever? That you know people are either looking up to you or looking to find a way to cut you down?
No, I mean, it doesn't really hit close to home because I know what I've done. I know what it takes to get to where I am, and it's just. I do read the things and see it, and it kind of makes me laugh. And some of them are like, "Oh, okay, like they could be right there," but
sure,
none of it really matters to me. It's not going to affect what I do in my daily life. So, if it makes them feel better, then they can say whatever they want. But yeah, it just blows in the wind, honestly.
Well, at the end of the day, you're a human. You are
that's not that's to be determined.
Yeah, you're seemingly human. You have human-like emotions and qualities, but you still read things that I'm sure either are just so crazy. People say some of the dumbest shit in the world out there. Sorry, but they say either the dumbest things or they say things that genuinely just probably hurt a little bit somewhere because they want to take a jab that's so deep. Does that come across that way sometimes?
No, not really. I mean, nothing really hits close to home because there are so many people that are fans or close to me that do send so many inspiring messages and motivational messages that mean a lot more than any negative that someone can say. So I don't get to respond to all those people. I wish I could, but there's so many good things that people say, and it just pushes me to go further and harder, and it's inspiring them, so it makes me want to do it more.
All right. Well, we're going to get into the questions, and I've already told a lot of people we're not going to be able to answer every question. I literally have pages and pages that have been submitted thanks to you making the call out and my pal Joe here locally who has helped kind of assemble them. He actually kind of broke them into a few different categories. I see training, tour questions, miscellaneous gear, playing questions. So I'm going to kind of just pick and choose and go through those and rattle off a few to you to see what you think of it. How's that sound?
All right, I'm in.
All right. Well, we're going to get right to it. Well, I'm going to ask one. I'm going to skip these for a second. I'm going to ask real quickly, and maybe this will actually answer a number of questions that are later on these sheets that I haven't read. Real quickly, I'd like you to reflect a little on this season and what it's really meant to you. Obviously, it's a monumental season financially and win-wise and all these other things, but reflect on the season a little bit for you.
It was a fast season, that's for sure. It's definitely a quick one. From Australia in January, which seems like a few weeks ago, basically, it's really been a blur because every week I would be focusing on something new, so I wouldn't have time to reflect on what happened the week before, or the month before, or what's the following week. So it's still right now like I have to think of these moments, like Australia, like, oh, that just happened. That happened a year ago, but it feels like last week. So they're still fresh on my mind, but it's really what I do in the off season that makes my year. This is fun to me, and then showing up to the event, and just basically the word I heard that makes the most sense is maintenance. Training for the tournaments is maintenance throughout the year, and so yeah, it's really hard to reflect on the year and think back. But when I see videos and what you guys did at USDGC and Worlds and all the other majors, like that's how I reflect, is watching those videos and reliving those moments.
Do you ever go back
that's basically.
Do you ever go back and second guess anything? Do you ever think, oh man, on hole 4, I ended up 40 to the right. I probably should have thrown a forehand there. I mean, do you ever really reflect in that way when you see anything in the past?
Yeah, definitely. Like the easiest, two that come right to my mind is the playoff against Michael Johansson at the IDGC. Mm-hmm. I had a really tight window on the final playoff hole, which I could have taken that and went, for glory and right at the basket. And I even practiced that shot. But instead I tried to play the safe shot and play it just in case, I made a mistake. And, that's one thing. Next time I'm in that position, I just need to trust my ability and go for that shot. And then Ledgestone with Simon, I should have laid up knowing that, we're on that course, that anything can happen for the remaining 2 holes, even if I'm back 4 strokes.
Sure.
So it's just learning, from the losses and the wins, where are some mistakes that I made. And so those videos do help. So thank you guys for making that happen.
Hey,
players and fans.
We'll take credit for just one of the championships. How's that sound?
Yeah, exactly.
Not all of them.
Does the 4th feel that much sweeter than the first Worlds?
Just because it's consecutive. It means a lot more to have them 4 in a row. If I had 4, I think it would be a little different. If it was like 1 year, missed it the next year. But yeah, I think the 4th one is a lot sweeter than the first one because the first one, the only person expecting to win that tournament was me. And now this 4th one, everyone's expecting me to win. That's watching or being the favorite, I should say.
That's a lot more pressure than the first. I mean,
yes.
there's never pressure on the first. There's more pressure on the second, and it just probably consecutively builds.
Yeah, definitely more pressure, from people watching and is he going to do it, or people betting against me now instead of nobody betting on me or against me. So I think the 4th one was a lot more, a bigger relief, and it means a lot more because it is consecutive, and 4 of them, it's not bad.
One person had talked about the wins that you had and how one felt versus another. I'm thinking the USDGC, does that stand out as opposed to any of the other wins that you had this year, just simply because it was your first?
The thing with the USDGC is not the title itself. Yeah, it's a huge title, and I wanted to win it, but I think that it capped off the Grand Slam more than anything.
Yep.
Was what made that one so special to me. Because if I just won the USDGC and nothing else throughout the year, I don't think it would mean as much as it does now. But yeah, that's definitely one of the the biggest tournaments everyone's shooting for, Worlds and USDGC, and to finally get that and get that, I guess, monkey off my back of playing there well the year before and then struggling every year before that. It was good to go back there and take it down.
You've got a lot of wins this year. What I want to know is about your losses. Which loss this year stings the most? I mean, you had two big ones to Michael Joe and Simon. Which one do you look back on and go, that one?
Or that third place at the Aussie. What wasn't that? Wasn't that a one-rounder?
Yeah, the one-round warm-up at Aussie.
The tournament, I didn't know if that was going to happen. I mean, they all honestly sting, but I think the biggest one would be Memorial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because it was literally just a replay of what happened with Will a few years prior.
Well, and just like at the Memorial, he's coming right after Coling this week. I'm just saying.
Hey, ouch. That's got to sting a little.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Coling was on our show last week. He talked about, obviously the All Things Disc Golf. Zach Parcell and the great staff over there had the various awards for the year, including the Disc of the Year, Male Player of the Year, Female Player of the Year, and the Moment of the Year. And Coling talked at great length about that putt last year. Why don't you real quickly recap your version of that? I mean, he was here literally just 7 days ago talking about it. What's your recollection of hole 18 and then the playoff?
For me, it's probably a lot different than anyone else saw it happening, because the struggles I had to go through prior to that with having my bag stolen was, the hardest part. So the putters I had were brand new. The discs I had were brand new. So to even get into that position was a success for myself. To even have that opportunity, but then to have it come down to that last hole with the drama, and then Jerm making that putt and making the putt the way he hadn't made anything all weekend, with this big Anheuser flex putt. I don't even know what you want to call it, prayer. To see him toss that in, and then the pressure was on him, and then it completely just all went to me, because he was worst case, he was tied for first going to a playoff.
Mm-hmm.
But that seeing that go in was just, all right, now I need to make this putt so I don't embarrass myself in front of this big crowd. But yeah, just the excitement and the loving that pressure in that moment and making such a great story out of it. It was exciting. So really, everything that led up to the putt on 18 was my biggest accomplishment of that week.
For sure. And just to put all the rumors to rest and all the questions, I don't even know if it's out there, but no update on the bag. Nothing has ever come of that from that weekend. Is that correct?
No, I didn't hear anything about it after.
Okay.
Since it was gone.
So it's still MIA, still gone. Somebody's got a whole bag full of your plastic.
I don't even remember what disc or what kind of bag it was. I just remember a purple rock that I had forever.
Because you had previously gotten an ace the year before at the Worlds with that purple rock, correct?
Yep, exactly. Same one.
Yeah, so. Okay. Well, and whatever the case might be, the fact that the bag or the disc have not surfaced in any way would lead me, and I'm no detective clearly, but would lead me to think maybe someone had swiped it thinking it was something else, some kind of computer bag or something. When they found out there were a bunch of Frisbees in it, so to speak,
junked it.
That that could be in some kind of dumpster somewhere. Yeah, outside. So interesting. Well, it'd be interesting to see if any of those discs ever surface. Do you remember every disc in that bag right now? You'd at least recognize them, but could you rattle them off if you had to?
Most of them, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I had 4 putters, two McPro AVRs, a Nova, a P2, a Mako 3, a Champion Gator, the monster stamped Gator, that green one, and then probably 6 or 7 Destroyers since it was Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
2 T-Birds, 2 Thunderbird, 2 Thunderbirds, a PD, and then probably like 7 Rock 3s.
Okay. Huh.
So that kind of maybe will bring us into this year, a little bit of bag discussion real quick. Do you make your determinations for what's going to go in your bag kind of in the beginning of the year and stick with that, or is that something you do on a tournament by tournament basis?
There's definitely a few discs that come and go, like a Roadrunner for rollers on certain courses, and then like a little faster, like my really flippy Destroyers or my really beat and rock for rollers. So roller is probably the disc that comes and goes the most often. But then like during the off season, like right now, I have the monsters that have replaced the Firebird in my bag. The T-Bird 3s, the Metal Flake ones, are what I'm currently using. Have replaced my T-Birds. What else is there? I think those are the only two brand new discs in my bag.
Okay.
And then the same old Thunderbirds, PDs, Destroyers,
Yep.
Rock 3s. No more Gator either. I don't have a Gator anymore.
Okay. Well, and that was, I know directly one of the questions where someone had asked, what does it take for a disc to make it into your bag, whether it's during the off season or during the season? If Dave Dunapace came up to you at the memorial and said, "Oh, here's a brand new disc. This was designed with you in mind," and he hands you 5 of them, what would it take to find out if that disc needs to be in your bag? You just simply take them out to the fields?
Usually, if it's something that's designed for me or the other top pros, we'll hear about it and know about it well before. Like when the Rock 3 came out and the Thunderbird, like those were brought to me to test out beforehand, before they ever came out, and what my thoughts were. And usually, if I like a mold, it instantly goes in my bag. So those two were definitely, I liked them as soon as I threw them, and I knew there was a use for them. So they went into my bag right away. But something like the Colossus that just came out, they gave me one. They gave me one only because I was there at Innova when they were kind of making them. But basically, like, this isn't really designed for you, but if you want to test it and see how it flies, then go for it and let us know. And I honestly haven't even thrown it because it is a faster disc that I don't necessarily need it. That extra distance that it will get for disc golf, at least for tournaments and other discs like that have come out, that are faster and things like that.
That's not a disc you're going to use to try and beat Simon, his record. We saw some posts. We saw some posts earlier today about you throwing some 360s, and maybe throwing some shade at Simon, trying to tell him you're coming for him.
Yeah, I'm always messing with Simon. That was actually the video was my first throw of the morning, I believe, or first or second. So it was. We didn't know. Barella and I didn't know that we were gonna have fun with that or do that. So we weren't really prepared for it, but we did it anyways.
So talk a little bit about that, because that's a question that gets asked, and I saw you reply to it, but maybe everyone hasn't. Do things like any titles outside of playing disc golf, do any of those matter to you? Whether it's a glass blown open putting competition or the world record for distance, do any other titles outside of disc golf playing singles titles, do any of those others matter?
No, there's no title outside, of disc golf events, at least, that I would ever really go for. Distance, it's something I really have to train for, because like that video, it was only a one-step 360. And then like I saw a video of Simon do his 95 mile per hour, and he had like a 25-foot run up to do it. So it's kind of like, it's different. You'd have to train for it. So that's something I don't really, have time for right now or really want to do.
Well, and we'll be fair, that's a criticism that Simon has received throughout the years is, Simon should be working on his golf game because he's too busy doing trick shots and having fun and breaking world distance records. And some people say, well, maybe he should be working on his golf game more. And I believe Simon feels like, I'll do whatever makes me happy.
Yeah.
Why don't you leave me alone? But clearly a slightly different take than what you have.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, it's his personality. If that's how he wants to spend his free time when he's not playing disc golf, then, good for him. As long as it's, not messing up his disc golf game too much, if that's his real goal. But if he wants to keep breaking the world distance record over and over, then it will, it'll affect his disc golf game a little bit, because it is two different forms. And you can obviously see that in the throwing styles.
Now, Simon, like yourself, has gone on record, at least with me and probably a few others. You guys enjoy putting on a show. I mean, you're great golfers, but you enjoy playing to the galleries, playing to the crowds. That seems to give you a little extra boost or adrenaline, whatever you want to call it. How are you able to harness pressure and those types of situations? How are you able to thrive on that?
Like with galleries and stuff like that, I find it fun because in my mind, I'm always telling myself they're out here to watch good golf. They're out here, to learn. So why not, basically put on a clinic with my play and, play to the best of my ability. So galleries, the bigger they are, the more they feed me to want to play better and to focus more. And as far as that, that is, I enjoy galleries. Since baseball days, having people in the bleachers, we had some crazy baseball fans back in the day. So we always had, people screaming and things like that. So noise from crowds don't necessarily affect me, but the more people, the better.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna move specifically into a few questions. Big supporter and Jake Neese asks, how do you come back from a bad hole, such as a double bogey or bogey? I was gonna say I don't know how many doubles you take, but how do you come back from a bad hole? Like, what's your mindset? Do you forget about it and move on, or do you think you have to get a birdie on the next to get back to par? What's your mentality when you're coming back from a bad hole?
It's always just forgetting about it. Because it's over with, done with. You can't take it back now. There's no reason to think about it until after the round or after the tournament. Because usually when we play tournaments these days, it's one course, so we get have redemption. So after the round, we could go back and figure out, all right, what did I do wrong there? How do I fix that? So it's in that moment, it's just forgetting. It's having a blank mind, and each hole's an individual hole, and each shot's an individual shot. So that's the biggest key for me, is just forget about it. You can go back and reminisce on it after the round.
Now I'll follow that up with even on the positive side of things. We see you make big shots, big putts. There might be a little fist pump and a smile or a grin out of you and a little bit of joyous celebration, but it's usually pretty short-lived. Do you try and forget about that amazing shot you just made as well?
Yeah, it's the exact same thing, because every shot's its own shot. With that, the hardest part is getting your adrenaline down after you make a great shot, or getting not being as pumped. But what you have to take from the good shots is the confidence. You have to keep that riding high, whether it's a good shot or a bad shot. You always have to, self-motivate yourself somehow. But usually it's like after the rounds is when I enjoy what I did during the round most, because that's when I can kind of relax and think back to the good I did, the bad I did, and usually it's more joyous afterwards.
Is there a point? There may be a few of them this year where you maybe you get back to your RV or you're chatting with one of your caddies or buddies or whomever, and you briefly relish in like an amazing shot, or like you kind of even impress yourself. Has there been one or two of those points this year?
Yeah, there's definitely some throughout the year, especially with Nate. Traveling with Nate, we talk about that once in a while. Oh man, you should have seen this shot. You should have seen this. Whatever it is. Like the one that comes to my mind right off the bat is like hole 18 at Vibram. There was one where I was in those pine trees, couldn't see the basket, couldn't see the island, and just threw a shot up, and it made it onto the island. And it's just like, man, you have to come check this spot out that I was in. So there's moments like that.
Are they more recovery shots for you? I mean, do you get hyped up about? I mean, everyone kind of saw what you did at Worlds at some of those wooded shots, and those were pretty amazing. But do you relish more the recovery shot?
I wouldn't pick one over the other. Because there's drives that where you just like, you impress yourself with. Like, yeah, I was going for that, but I didn't think I could do it.
Sure.
And then the recovery shots are probably brought up more often because it's a spot you haven't been in, so it's kind of like new to your head, and it's new content to talk about rather than, I did that in practice and then I did it in the tournament. So
okay.
And thinking to just that exact example, I think of Masters Cup. You and I were out there on Thursday. You were practicing this ridiculous putt from behind the bushes and whatnot on hole 7. Is that 6 or 7? That's 7.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, you were practicing this shot.
Yep.
I film it on Thursday. You make this insane putt. And then literally like 2 days later, you're within a few feet of that spot and you make the exact same putt. And there was just kind of a little joke back and forth as I was recording that, and you said, that's why you practice your bad shots, and it was pretty funny, and it was even better that I had both of them on film to see that.
That's something I do in practice rounds. Is I'll throw 5 drives, and I don't usually take the best one, because if you're in that spot, you know what you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
But what about that bad one you threw over there? What are you gonna do from there? And then you throw that one, and then you proceed to putt the good one or something like that. So
sure.
You never know.
Keep things
now
changed up.
We are getting word that Paul may receive a cease and desist on that shirt. Dutch has chimed in and is claiming the Batman status. So
we're just saying Batman's out there. Dutch, glad to have you on the board, buddy. A couple other questions regarding playing. Talks about when you're throwing your mid ranges, fan grip or power grip, and how does that apply to a Nova when you're throwing one?
With it, when it comes to like mid ranges and fairway drivers and putters and distance drivers, it's all technically a power grip. But okay. I remember doing a video with Spin TV, like 2012 or 2013, where I kind of show a video of how I do hold it. But basically, these 2 fingers right here kind of extend off the disc a little bit more, so it's not a fan grip, and it's not really a power grip, but the back 2 are always in power grip position, and these front 2 fan off a little bit depending on if it's a putter or mid-range. And it's more for control, because I'm not throwing a mid-range or putter full power ever in a tournament, at least.
Okay. Peter asks, it seems you've moved away from throwing and bagging as many champion rock 3s this year. Is that true, or are you throwing more McPro 3s, or is there any kind of variation there?
Yeah, I definitely have a lot fewer Champion Rock 3s in my bag. And I think mostly when I got my bag stolen, because I had some that were so broken in and things like that, that I went directly to McPro because they're easier to break in quicker. Mm-hmm. So I think from that moment, it kind of went more McPro Rock 3s and Champion. And I think in my bag right now I have 2 Champion, 2 Star, and 4 or 5 McPro Rock 3s. So it's a good variety of them, but yeah, a lot less Champion than there was before.
Okay. Here's a good question that I'm sure a lot of people actually are thinking or wondering, and maybe it's habit, but Travis wanted to know why you're always blowing on your fingers even when it's warm outside.
To dry them off, because I have really sweaty hands, so that's why I'm always wiping my hand in the dirt and all the grass. So it's to dry them off, even after putts. It's just
at some point, do you think it's become a little bit of a second hand thing that you do, even if maybe your hand's not
probably
wet? I mean, you do it a lot.
Maybe I haven't noticed, but usually
I'll run the tape on that for you.
Now, do you think he does that more than Nate flips discs?
Nate, your travel buddy Nate Sexton, a very specific time when he's flipping discs.
Correct.
I think Paul's doing it a little bit more intermittent times. Here's a great question that Nickus78 wrote. What do you see yourself doing in, say, 5 or 10 years from now? And and it follows that up with, do you ever think you will become a commentator like recently announced Avery Jenkins was, and or course designing? Do any of those things jump out at you? And if not, in 5 to 10 years, maybe in even further out future.
5 to 10 years, I'll probably still be playing disc golf. Because I'll be 30 and 35, and that's kind of where the players are at right now. I think Doss is starting 30. To get up there, and then Felberg's beyond that. Yeah, I think I'll probably still be playing and competing. So I just got to stay in shape and physically healthy for those years. But yeah, playing definitely in the next 5 to 10 years. And after that, I have no clue. I don't know if I'll do commentating. Hopefully retired by 40.
Yeah.
I'll be involved in disc golf somehow.
Well,
whether it's go ahead.
I was just gonna say that ties right into another question that says, you're kind of obviously you're looked up as a role model. We see people like Anthony Barella and others, obviously that you've taken under your wing and had some influence on. Maybe when you're 40, 42, 45, I don't know, we'll throw out a number. Do you think you may shift into more of a mentoring role, and maybe competing isn't as critical to you because you're, running the Paul McBeth camp or clinic, or you're doing something of that nature, 6 months out of the year?
Yeah. Well, back to the previous question about course design. I forgot. I I want to do some courses, but I think I'll only do like private courses and then courses of my own. So they're kind of exclusive.
Okay.
More than anything, instead of just doing public parks and all that stuff. But that's just my idea and plan on it. And then back to like the junior, side of disc
Mm-hmm.
golf. With the junior team with Innova, like that was one of my ideas, and Innova loved it, and they kind of went with it and jumped on it, and it's been a huge success. So I enjoyed talking to all the kids all the time and communicating with them, and seeing their progress through the years, and continuing to want to play more disc golf, and seeing how just a little bit that I do with them inspires them to want to do more and help other players that are their age level or younger or even older. So yeah, I really do have fun with it and want to do more through the years. Not when I'm 40, but from now on till however long.
Have you been Well, I don't want to say have you been impressed. I think I know that answer. What do you think about the Schultzes, the Johnny McRae's, obviously the Climos, who have been touring and grinding for the last 20 plus years? Avery Jenkins himself playing 16, 17 consecutive years on tour. What do you think about, some of those people who have come before you and seeing what they've accomplished, but, maybe where they're leading? Are you picking up lessons and tips and tricks from things you either do or don't want to do that you've seen in some of your predecessors?
Yeah, there's definitely both do's and don'ts. I think the biggest do is like, the way that they've played and competed, throughout their careers and have just battled over and over and over. So, yeah, I definitely want to keep playing and keep it at the, the top level, and, the more players, the better. So that's definitely a do. And there's a few don'ts, but they don't need to be said.
Okay.
But yeah, I definitely have learned a lot from those players, and they're continuing to teach me throughout the years, and whether they know it or not.
Well, and you've never been shy about talking about someone like Kenny, who's obviously been so successful, and the things that you've learned or you've just maybe passively picked up by what he's done. So it makes sense that you're taking all of that in. What do you think is the next step for the sport? And just one of those ways I'll direct you is maybe disc technology. So speak of disc technology and just generally, what do you think are some of the next big steps for our sport?
That's something I have really no clue about. Because the discs I throw now, I don't think there'd be anything else I'd put in my bag that would make me that much better. I think it's to the point where it's all the players to get better, and then it'll look like the discs are getting better. But as far as disc technology, I don't know what would make them that much more consistent or anything in that aspect. So that's about as broad of an answer as I could give.
No, that's fair. I mean, you're admitting that you're not a scientist. I'm okay with that. And then next steps for our sport, obviously, World Tour is talked about, Pro Tour, all the tours. I mean, I think the term tour is just one tiny component in terms of the big broad spectrum that is the growth and the development of our sport. I think these have their certain place, and they're going to obviously be impactful. But just talk about the growth and the development of disc golf. Is there anything to you that jumps out? And we say tours, we could say media, we could say purses, we could say a lot of different things. Is there anything that jumps out at you?
It all does, really, because it's it's a whole system that needs to come together. It's the players, it's the tournament directors, the sponsors, the courses. It all needs to come together, and we're so like spread out right now. We don't interact too much as we should, but I think a lot of these tours that are going on now, they got the big dogs in charge that are putting them on, and they're all different tours right now. But I think down the road, they're all going to take little pieces from each other, and it's going to make their tours better. It's going to, Disc Golf World Tour is really big on the media side. So that might go over to the Pro Tour, who's going to be probably really big on the money side, and maybe the National Tour. They've been around for a while. Maybe they'll realize they need new ideas and new tricks or something to keep that appeal growing. And then us as players, we just need to be more professional and continue to work hard and become better and more consistent, and then have these finishes like we do at Memorial or USDGC, and keep drawing an interest to the fans and spectators, online or in person or around the world, basically. So we're all just spread out right now, and we just need to somehow bring it all together. And whether we all talk as one or not, it's all gonna come closer throughout time.
Now, with the tours coming up, do you have your 2016 schedule made up yet, or when do you start looking at that?
Yeah, Nate and I have had it pretty much dialed in for about a month now, or a month and a half. So we've had it done for a while, but we haven't made it public yet. We're still trying to figure out what we're going to do with McBeast challenges next year, how we're going to run those, and so we just need to fill the gaps between events. But right now it's a lot less tournaments than there were last year. I think we're under 20, because we do have to leave some open weekends for new events that pop up throughout the year and whatnot. And but basically it's got all the Pro Tours, World Tours, National Tours, Majors. And with that many tours right now, it basically fills up a whole schedule. I think that's 16 events in those ones right there. And I think both of us are going to play under 25, so it doesn't leave much room for many other tournaments.
And that's probably one of the categories that's the largest, is people asking, hey, are you going to be at this course? Are you going to be at that course? Are you going to come play in this tournament? And I think I kind of made a jab out there saying, no, he's probably not playing in your C tier with 500 added or whatever. The Pro Tour, we know of all of those events. We're planning on covering all of those live. Was there a rumor, maybe this was directly from Steve Dodge, that you may have a conflict with the stop in Wisconsin, or is that still true or no? Manitowoc, the Silver Cup in July?
Yeah, I think I will be. Well, there was a conflict. I don't know if there still is now.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to be in Europe. Oh, sorry, something popped up. I was supposed to be in Europe for which one? The Czech Republic? No, that's the one that's still going on. Estonia.
Okay.
And doing some promotional stuff, but yeah, I don't know at this current moment right now.
Okay. I just know that was one that, and obviously we live 90 minutes from there, and we'll be covering it, and we're very familiar with the course. Actually, we're pretty familiar with all of the Pro Tour courses. But that was one that I know that jumped out at me, just knowing that you may have a conflict. So you're locked in on the Pro Tour. You're locked in on the World Tour. You're locked in on the National Tour. So pretty much people can plan on seeing you at all of those events. Does that include, I want to say, I know like Glass Blown and then Kansas City are a little bit tight in terms of some flying out. And then I think even Brent Hambrick may or may not be kind of tight with some other stuff. Does some of that ring a bell?
Kansas City is definitely not on my schedule this year.
Okay.
But that's the only national tour, and then the Silver Cup, like you were mentioning earlier, those two were not on my tour. But I think Sexton will be at one or two of those events possibly. And then I believe the Hambrick's a national tour, correct?
I believe yes, it is this year.
Yep.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay. All right. And then I know you and I had a conversation in the very early stages. The American Tour is not one of the tours that you're going to be participating in. Is that correct?
No. I mean, it's not worth going all the way across the country for that event.
Okay. Yeah, it falls on. It falls on May 14th and 15th, and I think we have Masters Cup and St. Jude event and everything else happening on the West Coast shortly after Glass Blown and so on and so forth. So to put that out there. All right. Anything else on the tour that you feel like you want to clarify or discuss or talk about? Because that's a question where people just keep coming at it hard with, hey, are you going to be, I'll throw out a few that just off the top of my head. Do you have plans at being, I think it's at the Rumble. I know you've been at that a couple times in the last few years in the Quad Cities. Is that?
Oh, No, I'll be at the Nick Hyde that weekend.
Okay, and that was my next question: is if you're planning on being at Nick Hyde. Okay, so those were
Yeah,
a couple
that
that jumped out at me as well. And sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say when you were mentioning new discs earlier, the Commander, that was a new disc. That's a Nick Hyde special.
Yep.
Disc. I remember that now. So that one I have not thrown yet either.
Okay, that was gonna be my follow up. So Nick Hyde, and to clarify, your opening tournament this year. Are you going to see yourself at the one at Oak Grove again, or are you going to be holding off all the way till Gentlemen's Club? What's kind of your plan there?
Yeah, I'll be at the Wintertime Open.
Okay.
I think I've won that one six times in a row now, so
roughly
I have to keep playing that one. I enjoy that extended course, so I definitely enjoy that one, and it's one of 2 B tiers that I play throughout the year. So that one, and then the SoCal Championships if I'm back in California. So.
Okay, and we're gonna take it back just for a moment. Talk about your time at the Team Invitational just a few weeks ago. We heard of you with our pal Steve Rico, and I think there's video proof of it thanks to our pals at Central Coast Disc Golf. You and Steve Rico going back and forth opposite-handed. Is that what we heard?
Yeah, we started out lefty for the first hole, and then righty, lefty, righty for the 12-hole match. And usually we play lefty the whole time. But we didn't really plan on it this year because I wasn't sure if I was going until like the final 2 weeks or 2 weeks leading up to it. So we didn't get any lefty practice in. So we kind of gave it a break a little bit. But it was a close match, 1-0.
Wow, that's what it ended up. And was it the hole you aced, or was that in a different match?
That was a different match. That was in the finals.
Okay.
But yeah, the one hole that I got a point on was a lefty hole. I threw it like it was a huge like righty hyzer hole, and I flexed my T-bird 3 lefty and put it like 40 feet. So he just gave up.
And now you guys, what were the rules, just to clarify for everyone, when you were playing it? Was it just lefty off the tee?
Lefty until you were inside the circle. So
wow.
We kind of, yeah. So we threw some lefty up shots too. But I think there was only one bogey by both of us. I think it was on the same hole too.
Wow.
All right. Sounds like you. Is that something you'd ever really care about developing? Is your lefty game?
Not necessarily, and I have that broken finger too that kind of gets in the way, so I can't really close and hold the disc. But nah, definitely not working on that anytime soon.
Okay. Talk a little bit about your regimen right now. There's a lot of questions about your health, your nutrition, your workout routine, how often you're throwing in the field, all of those types of things, how many putts you're doing, things like that. Kind of give us that whole scenario right now, and I'm guessing that's going to answer probably at least a dozen questions all in that conversation.
Yeah, basically it's a new program this year. I have a personal trainer, Hannah, definitely helped me out this winter. I went to her school out there in Virginia, Liberty University, and we did a lot of testing. I have a cheat sheet that I have to look at here to have the right terminology. But it was a lot of testing, like on my physical capabilities and what I need to work on, and it's a whole program designed to get better at disc golf, not necessarily get bigger or look better. It's just a result of the time I'm spending in the gym and running and all the cardio aspects to it. So it's a lot of different things. And I guess technically right now I'm in phase 1 of 2 of my off season, which is I think 6 or 7 weeks worth of stuff. And then I go into preseason works, which is a lot different types of workouts, muscle confusion and things like that. So that's like a 4-step program that's I'm on right now, and I think I'm 2 days away from finishing phase 1, and I'm really happy with the results. And I haven't thrown really a disc since Team Challenge because of this. It's really just working on my body right now, and then jumping back into disc golf in a few days. So that's exciting.
I think I'm at phase 0 still.
Yeah, yeah. He's been playing some spike ball though. So
you have been doing that.
Yeah, that's what this is from.
Ooh.
There. But it's fun. They're just scratches.
uh,
But the right terminology is body composition analyzation and functional movement analyzation done in a human's performance lab.
well, yeah.
So,
All right.
I'll make you repeat that after your next win. So what was it? It was blah blah blah. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say a lot of strength and conditioning right now. So that's basically what the phase I'm in now is strength and conditioning to make sure my body's able to do the next program that I step into once I get into the preseason workouts, and it's just been a really big help. And I think the coolest thing that I learned is heart rate stuff, and I think that's the biggest separator for me in these pressure situations compared to any other people. Is my heart rate is so low. When I'm just like sitting here doing this, and then when it comes to like pressure time, it's at a normal rate, that a normal human sitting still would be at. So it keeps me calm. So that's a little key.
No, that's great. And I think that kind of actually, to me, ties back to a question that I saw somewhere earlier, asking just about your competitors. And I know, again, you thrive on that pressure. I think some of our top players really do just that. They thrive on it. And I wanted to go back and find the question, how they were talking about, maybe who you see as I don't want to say just as a threat, because obviously there's a lot of other talented, skilled players out there. Real quick, I'm sorry, I can't find the exact question, but I think it was along the lines of, who do you think maybe, is there one person or an attitude out there that you find to be the most competitive with you? Is it people that also are remaining calm, or do you find, is there any other strategy that, some of your competitors might have that you think has been successful?
I think if it comes down to like a playoff or some close finish, I think the two that would come to my mind the most would be like Will and Felberg, just because they have the experience of being in those situations and know what to do. But as far as like week after week, it'd probably be Ricky. Because he has the ability to just turn it on and just win by a few, and just run away with the tournament. So I think those three come to mind, and then Germ, of course, he's once he gets that consistency down, he'll definitely be in the mix. But those three for sure. Rick's biggest struggle is those pressure situations and winning by a stroke or in a playoff. That's his biggest downfall that I've known for years. So that's just got to keep it close with Rick, and then with Felberg and Will, they know how to perform in those moments. So they're probably the toughest two to take down in big tournaments.
Last week here on the show, we were talking about the moments of the year, and as you were awarded, congratulations, the moment of the year being the fact that you've won the 5 major events and that you took them all down. What my thought was, and the reason why I thought that and why it was so heavily voted and ultimately voted number 1, I wonder if it's ever going to be done again. And I guess I'm looking for your thoughts on that. And is that you think can do it? Could another player possibly come out and somehow win all 5 of them again? Or is that something that's in your radar, something you want to concern yourself and say, you know what, I'd like to win all 5 again, and know that you have a realistic shot at doing it?
Yeah, I definitely think I can do it again, whether it's 3, 4, or 5 majors, however many they have in the year. I definitely can see myself doing it again. I just got to be prepared for the events, and go through that whole routine. But to see someone else do it right now, I would not. I don't know.
You'd want to step in their way. You'd want to. Yeah.
Definitely make it hard for them.
You'd want to rain on that parade.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you said that preparation is one of the keys, obviously, to doing this. How do you prepare for a tournament normally? What's your procedure? How soon do you want to get to the course? What do you want to do when you get to the course? Can you kind of run through that real quick, something along those lines?
Well, yeah, preparation starts right now. Like, I'm already preparing for the tournaments ahead of me. But once it comes down to those tournaments, it's basically, the maintenance part, making sure my form's good, making sure my shots are, on point. That's the main goal, is making sure my form's, comfortable, my putt's feeling good, and then it's learning the course. Because if I know my game's going well, then I just gotta learn the course, and I'll know my disc, my shots, and I'll have a few bad ones throughout the tournament. Of course, that's gonna happen, but it's getting that mentality of all I have to do is worry about each shot at a time. So the checklist is form, course, and then once the tournament starts, it's just knowing which shot I'm gonna throw, and that's all I think about when the tournament comes, is knowing which disc on which hole. So that's why tournaments are so mentally draining.
And so with your conditioning and your strength and conditioning, have you noticed any change in your form? I know you haven't. You said you haven't picked up a disc in a while, but do you foresee you having to tweak anything in your form with your newfound fitness?
Actually, no, not at all. Because it's like the program's designed specifically for me. So for me and disc golf in general. So it's a lot of like strength and conditioning, but a lot of stretching as well to keep the flexibility and my muscles loose. And so there's nothing, like, I don't feel any different than I did before I started. Besides that, I can breathe more. I can lift more weights. I can everything I can do more of now than I could before. And then seeing results is the biggest thing that for others, people can see that I've done more, but physically nothing's changed with my form.
So yeah, you posted just a few days ago, you in your abs, they're plural apparently, so I've been told abs can be. So no, you've posted recently. I know your workout, as you've talked about. Have you had any other changes, dietary or anything else that is aiding in all of that?
Yeah, like no more soda, no more energy drinks, no more sweets, no more all that.
No
good
more
stuff.
fun, no more.
Yeah, I don't have any of that stuff. And like with that picture, like with my program, like I'm not trying to look good. Like I'm not trying to make my body look good. I'm trying to make it the best that I can for disc golf.
It just happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really don't work on like my stomach. So basically, that's just a result of the things that I'm doing. Like a lot of the things I'm doing now is like shoulders, legs, not necessarily a lot of core, but a lot of like flexibility and hip rotations and things like that. So I mean, I'd like to look good and look better, but I'm going for results in my disc golf game, not physical appearance.
Now you're doing this. You keep calling it disc golf specific. Is this something that other golfers could pick up? Is this something that you plan on sharing maybe after this season?
For only $29.95, we can send you 6 DVDs.
Yeah, of Paul working out and just kind of follow that. Or was designed by Hannah, is that correct? In conjunction with her?
And then it's disc golf related. All the testing that they did, they want to learn about, disc golf, about, how disc golf works. On how to get better, other disc golfers on how to get better and progress. So when I talk about this program, it's specifically for me. So if you were to get, these tests done, your program would look different than mine.
Okay.
Mine would be bigger.
More cookies. I killed the video, for everyone knowing, I killed the video to Paul so he can't see us. Don't worry, Paul, you don't have to do anything on your side. Just we were running a couple little bandwidth things. There was a lockup. So so we can continue to grill Paul on.
So who is the most fit male disc golfer on the tour?
Most fit male disc golfer on the tour? Probably Nico.
He's ripped. Matt House.
Matt House, yeah. I wouldn't say he's on tour right now, but Matt House definitely. Matt House and Nico probably physically have like the best, looking bodies, like they're built. But I don't know who would have like the most overall fitness, off the top of my head.
Okay.
Sure.
Earlier, Yuli was mad that you didn't reference when you were talking about pressure players and situations. Uli was mad that you weren't referencing him. He's out on the board taking it all in.
Now he did say he was going to get a Masters title before before Paul, though. So
Is that because he's older?
yeah,
Okay.
I don't know by how much, but
I think he's got me by a year and a half, so he can go up 1 year early.
all right.
There you go. I know Kyle Webster had asked some fitness questions earlier. I'm guessing I've already touched on him. I know I saw it earlier. Alexi Bubis, again, not necessarily on the tour.
He's pretty big.
That guy gets to it as well.
Sandstrom, yeah, they're definitely
Some of the Swedes.
all the Swedes basically.
Yeah.
I gave Simon a little jab, and I know I talked to you about it, but Simon said he wasn't quite in workout mode yet. Yeah, he wasn't in tour preparation mode yet. That possibly after the first of the year. So, as you've demonstrated here tonight, it sounds like you've got at least a few weeks up on Simon so far.
Years on Simon.
What's that?
A few years on Simon.
Well, Simon's just waiting for that New Year's resolution.
Yes.
You know,
so that he can
after the first of the year.
Yeah,
I've
never been a fan of that.
No, if you're gonna do it, just buckle down and do it at some point.
Exactly. If you think about it, then do it that day. There's no reason not to wait to some certain date.
All right, and now's the perfect time. I will insert my weekly Mountain Dew update. Still Mountain Dew free since November 30th. So thanks. People care about it on the board. I thought I'd
Have you
give
seen
the
any?
update.
Have you seen any physical change yet?
No,
Not yet?
I gave
Okay.
up soda like 3.5 weeks. Oh, I'm sorry, Mountain Dew. I've trimmed back soda significantly to almost none, but the Mountain Dew, which I was drinking a ton of before,
Yeah.
I should be at least 20 pounds lighter by now. And I'm kind of mad I'm not, but
Yeah.
here we are. So still working on it.
All right.
Anyway, there's the weekly update for you. I appreciate everyone that is actually out there supporting me and asking every week, keeping me honest on that. All right, Patrick and Patrick Kellner, along with Disc Golf Nerd, had both made references to you getting on like an Adam Carolla or Joe Rogan's podcast, saying that would be some huge exposure. I thought that was a rip on us, saying that we're not big time, but on a serious note, have you either been approached by or reached out to any kind of more famous podcast or any kind of other social media outlets? Have those come along, or is that something you pursue, or where are you on those?
I have not gone and tried to find any to get on, but I know if it was Joe Rogan, I'd definitely have to curse like a sailor. Yeah, it is. But like Joe Rogan, for example, has this company. Well, I don't know if he has it, but he's a big part of On It, which is one of Dave Feldberg's sponsors. Which I don't know how he got that, but he hooked it up and helped me get some equipment from them. So I'm stoked on that.
Okay.
Yeah, no real connection with podcasts and things like that. But
okay.
It just took me back to fitness. Purist Labs. That's the supplement I use right now.
Okay.
They're definitely the ones that are helping me out the most and pushing me and getting me, stoked for this season and what's about to happen in 2016. So.
Okay. And then there's other huge podcasts as chimed in on the board. Final Round Radio. You've been there, Paul. They're the number one podcast in the world in disc golf. They've told us that. Paul, I'm sure you can attest to that. Is that right?
That they're the biggest, best.
Good enough answer. We're just trolling them to be jerks.
Yeah, well, we've got a funny little back and forth with them lately, so it's all in good humor.
All right, let's see what else we have on here. Training. How is your disc golf training? We've kind of already talked about that. Schedules, practice rounds, scored rounds. You've kind of already hit on that.
When you go back, you said you're going to be picking up a disc in a couple days. When you go back, what's your first thing you're going to work on? Or are you just going to go out and do some general field work, putting? You have a specific routine you're going to swing into?
Probably driving the most. Putting for me is really easy to get back. It just takes a lot of time. But driving probably gets the most boring for me personally. Putting's boring for most people, but I like to do it. So that's probably why I am where I am with my putting. But driving will definitely be the first thing I work on because I got to learn, my drivers and the molds and get those dialed in, especially at the beginning of the year, like Memorial. You have to control your drive so well and then, make the putts. So definitely driving, and then putting, it's just putting the time in because it's just repetition and doing the same thing, standing still. So.
And where are you going to be doing? I mean, not maybe you don't want to answer this, but where are you going to be doing that this year? Last year, you kind of had a nice little, like almost a station that you were kind of hunkered down at, and now this year, you're back over on the West Coast. So what's your plan for that?
Yeah, being in California, we had the weather right now. As long as it doesn't keep raining, it's raining today, but I'm fine with that. It keeps me inside, which
that should be
I
like the
miss
one
anyways.
time for the year.
Yeah, the one time this month it's gonna rain for you guys.
Yeah. So I got the course right down the street. So this house, basically, I'm buying this house. So this is where I'll be for now and the next few years, definitely. And then the backyard, we're going to be renovating that, so I'll have a nice putting green. I have a bunch of baskets back there that are still collapsed on the ground because I don't need them up yet. But yeah, the disc golf course, Huntington Beach Disc Golf Course, and then we have a new one that's not too far, Lake Forest. It's on a golf course, so that's exciting, and they got lights, so we'll see if I can make it out there at night.
Cool.
Do some work there.
And you just said, and of course, a few people chimed in terms of the house, or I think of your mobile house, which we'll talk about in a moment, but also a house right there in Huntington Beach. Is that something you've been kind of gearing up for and planning for the last few years, that you knew you'd finally have a place that was always yours when you came home to it at the end of the tour, or how did that all develop?
Yeah, basically it's my grandpa's old house.
Okay.
I'll be purchasing from him. Yeah, I've always wanted my own house, and I'll probably have a different one down the road someday with land and my own course, and do that whole facility thing again for people that want to come by and visit and work on it. And it's funny I mentioned my grandpa. He just yelled at me.
You being too loud in there, Sonny?
No, I think you need something. But yeah, so it's basically this is my home now. Huntington. It's if you ever ask me where's my hometown or where I'm from, it's always gonna be Huntington Beach. So it's nice to actually start the process of having a home here, and being so close to the water. It's a blessing, to be able to do this and play disc golf at the same time, and have disc golf be able to afford a house. I don't know, it's crazy. I couldn't imagine it growing up. I thought it was just a game.
Yeah.
and we'll get to some of those. I think there's some other really big, exciting things we'll touch on. I'm going to rattle off a few of the, we'll say, a little more unique. I applaud anyone that came at it with a little more unique style of question. I'll throw one out right here that was, what's your favorite Christmas movie?
Oh, no. I don't get to watch movies. I didn't watch many.
All right, give us Nate Sexton's favorite Christmas movie if you had to guess.
The most recent one I've watched was Elf.
Okay. And
what?
And do you enjoy it? Did you like it? Have you seen it before?
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Okay.
For sure.
All right.
You haven't gone out and seen Star Wars? You weren't one of the 2 billion people, or?
No, not yet.
All right.
All right.
I'm supporting my fellow Star Wars fans, but no time to go see it yet. I told someone I'd wait, and we'll see if I can wait.
All right.
All right. This is an odd one, but it's still unique. If someone were to donate a bronze statue of you, which park would you recommend or prefer it to be placed at?
It would definitely be Huntington Beach.
Okay. I thought I knew where that would go. When we talk about hashtag Grow the Sport, colleges offering disc golf scholarships or disc golf tournaments with $1 million purses. If you had to say which one you feel like would grow the sport more, college scholarships, disc golf scholarships, or $1 million disc golf purses.
Which I think would grow the sport more.
That's how they worded it.
I mean, in a non-greedy way, I think the $1 million purses would essentially draw colleges to want disc golf athletes, because then disc golf athletes will be making these millions, and then they'll be alums, so they'll put money back into the school. So,
I would totally agree with you. Now, if this question was worded a little differently, it was, would you rather see 50,000 added to a purse or 50,000 go to disc golf scholarships? I think the scholarships in that case might,
definitely scholarships.
But if you're talking millions of dollars to get to purses, which we currently don't have, then I would agree with you in that it could do more. Sneaker Wizards asked, what are your thoughts on players smoking during tournaments? I know obviously you don't.
Smoking anything in tournaments. I don't like
No.
whatever, e-cigarettes, cigarettes, whatever else they smoke. No, I don't like that at all.
Okay.
In tournaments or casual rounds, like I can't stand it. Like if there's cigarettes around, I usually be like, hey man, can you like move away or something like that, whatever, whoever it is. I mean, if people want to smoke, that's fine, but do it in your own area.
Sure.
See if you can remember, what was the funniest thing that happened to you on tour in 2015? Or the funniest thing you saw? If anything comes up.
Funniest thing I saw on tour? Man, that's hard. It was probably something in Europe, because I was with Nate Sexton and Drew Gibson, so I'm sure we had some definitely off the wall moments there.
Okay.
But yeah, that's it's hard to pick one. Such a wide scale to choose from.
Sure.
Do you ever play any crazy rules or do bag swaps or anything like that when you're out for a rare casual round? Is there any kind of goof? I mean, you did kind of just touch on the left-handed driving. Obviously, that's pretty crazy and unique in that tournament situation. Do you go out with one or two discs or anything like that when you go out and play casually?
I mean, honestly, like I probably played less than 10 casual rounds this year.
Mm-hmm.
But when I do, it's usually 2 versus 1 or something like that, and we videotape it.
Okay.
So I like doing that. I like being challenged and having, me versus 2 other people playing doubles or something like that. So I enjoy being challenged, and I don't mind losing. Like that's fun. To play around with it and be challenged so hard. Like I'll even play 3 versus 1 versus someone. I would play 2 versus 1 versus Will and Rick. Like I don't care. Like, I'll do it.
Well, and people are probably all over that thinking, well, I don't care if it was a stacked round. I still can say I beat Paul, so I'm going to get in on that. What do you want for Christmas?
A mouthpiece or one of those training masks.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay.
So I can box with my brothers.
Are they big boxers or?
MMA.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so I'm learning a lot this winter.
We see our pal Steve Rico's back to the jiu-jitsu and getting his workout there. Maybe he'll take you on as a sparring play against him.
If we spar standing up, I'll probably have a better chance than going to the ground with him.
All right, these are some disc questions. Real briefly, we had Jay Redding on the show a few weeks ago. He talked about the Edge fundraising effort that he was doing along with you and along with Grip and so on and so forth. Any quick thoughts on that as to what you did and how you were involved?
Yeah, Jay contacted me about all the discs and how it was with Edge, and he basically was just, hey, we have all these discs, we want to, sell them to, increase, I guess, donations to Edge and things like that. And I know he added some other pieces, which I don't know what those were besides the disc. And he just called me up one random day and said, hey, will you sign all these? And I told him, well, yeah, I'll be back in town in a few days if you want to ship them there. And he's like, we can pay you. And I was like, no, just donate that. Like,
sure.
Do whatever you planned on. Like, I don't mind signing all these at all. So my influence isn't as big as Jay's, but hopefully the signatures help sell those discs more. And I did hear you mentioned a grip bag earlier too. So yeah, I want to contribute as much as I can with Edge and other foundations such as St. Jude and charities and things like that. So
Throw Pink and and I know Innova's tied to them. Now let's get to what I feel is very exciting news. You and I had a conversation, and I know obviously you've been very loyal and dedicated as an Innova sponsored player for all of these years since they was it 2007 is when they officially obviously your second place finish to Greg Schwartz apparently didn't
deter them.
Yeah, didn't deter them. Somebody had asked earlier if you still get nervous around Greg Schwartz. But anyway, of course, Innova has been there for you. What is new in the world of Innova in 2016 for you and your relationship with them?
For me and Innova, it's grown.
Mm-hmm.
Our relationship's always growing. But I did just sign their first multi-year deal that Innova's ever done.
Wow.
So it's probably the biggest thing. It's a 3-year deal, but it's bigger than anything they've ever done, and that's, I don't know, I'm in awe of it, about it, because they've been around for so many years and have had so many great players come through their system and through as their athletes, and to be the first one to be able to market a 3-year deal and be able to even throw that at them, even though I threw some ridiculous numbers at them.
That's awfully amazing to me to think that, and I know it was a different day and age, that maybe Kenny had never had a multi-year deal. So, wow.
Well, it seemed as if more, and again, none of us here, I don't think, know every single detail with all of the four,
Nope.
The predecessors, but your Kennys and your Barrys and all of your staples of the game, all of the legends of the game that have made themselves, who they are and what they are, I think there was always a very polite handshake
Loose.
agreement,
Sure.
Where if both parties agreed to it, it was a handshake, and that's kind of how things have always gone. And Paul, we're seeing with you more. I don't know if professionalism is quite the word, but a little bit more. What's the word I'm going for?
Structured.
Structure. Maybe structure is a great word that we're looking at. Naturally, people are asking then. Do you have agents? Do you have lawyers? Do you have all those types of people that will aid and assist you? Yes, you've had a great experience thus far, and we see nothing but that moving forward. But, we're talking about serious dollars, and we're talking about, serious agreements that are affecting your entire life. What kind of help do you get, or who's by your side, or better call Saul? What do you do?
With Innova, it's just like we've had a relationship for so many years now, that I promised to them that I would never bring an agent in to negotiate with them, because that would be wrong of me to bring someone in like that doesn't really know about the sport, doesn't know anything really besides going in and getting the most money out of them.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the promise I made to them, is if we negotiate contracts, I want it to be through me. Like, I'm not going to bring someone else into it. Like, we'll talk face to face, through Skype, whatever it is, and we'll get it done. Because we can be professional, when we have to be, but we're all friends afterwards, and I think that's my favorite part of our relationship as a player in a company, and then friends overall, is when it's time to do business, we know it's business, and when it's not, we can goof around and have fun, whether it's out at USDGC or on La Mirada. So that's how it is with them. Other companies, I don't know yet. I don't know what I want to do with them.
Okay. Well, and naturally, and this is probably no surprise on the board, and it's come along for a lot of years, people are obviously always coming after you to try to get you involved, whether it's, hey, can we put your name on our course? Whatever. In all these different ways, they want to associate with you and have some kind of connection to you. And I know of a lot of different things that have kind of transpired throughout all of the years when I sit back and really think about them. And we think about all of our best players. They're always going to be approached because people want to be associated with them. I feel like you've been a man that has been very short and concise with your sponsors. And I think of a Val Jenkins. I think of a Nate Doss. I think of a lot of our players that have been very specific and concise with very few select sponsors that you really have a longevity with. And is that kind of your mentality when you're looking at moving forward?
Yeah, for sure. If it's disc golf right now, if it's anything disc golf merchandise, product, anything like that, it's Innova Champion Discs. Like, that's all there is. If it's outside company, like my supplements, like it's only Purist Labs. If it's shoes, it's only going to be that company. Clothing, that company. The fewer sponsors, the better. The easier it is to promote them. The easier it is to represent them, and it's less people to satisfy in the company aspect. So I've always been that way with mine. My sponsors. I don't think I've had more than 5 before, but it's always just been very specific ones to where we could have a strong relationship between player and company.
Well, you're going for quality over quantity, and I think that's a very respectable way to look at it. Some questions were asked in terms of, Red Bull, you obviously just mentioned that you're not doing any of the energy drinks and things of that nature, but I know you were out pursuing and having conversations with them. I mean, you weren't just pursuing them. There was a two-way conversation with Red Bull at one point. Is that just not something you're concerned about pursuing at this moment?
With Red Bull, like, they were definitely supportive of me. They would send me like 2 cases a month of just, and Red Bull's not cheap, so like $100 worth of product a month.
Sure.
And they actually sent their athletic marketing director to USDGC, and she was out there for at least 1 or 2 of the days, and she was out there in the crowd watching. And it's just like, I'm not drinking energy drinks because of my personal preference, not because I'm not in a relationship with Red Bull anymore.
Sure.
But it's basically, if they want to support me, then of course I'll drink their product. But right now it's not what I need.
Fair enough.
And it's just not one of my top priorities right now.
And similarly, if any kind of alcoholic beverage company came along, I know you're not a drinker, that wouldn't even be a concern for you. Is that correct?
Unless it was Coors Light for my parents. And my grandpa.
There you go. Looking out for your homies.
That's right.
Your parents. There you go. That's awesome. Are there any specifics that you either feel comfortable with sharing, and I feel kind of awkward, even though we've had a conversation about it. So
sure.
I'll put that out there.
Well, and then I'll just throw out some of the questions. You can answer them if you want or not. People are asking, you didn't bring an agent, but did you have a lawyer look over the contract? Are you on Innova's health insurance? Do you have a financial planner? Any of that stuff like that to look for your future, we'll say.
The few things that I can and will answer are like
because
can you ask those again?
Okay, well, and I'll preface it like that because last year you had the issue with your back. So some people are asking, yes. what happens if Paul gets hurt? Is there Innova insurance? Go ahead.
No, I definitely put that in my contract last year for insurance, health insurance, and yes, I do have that in my contract, and I did last year as well. But I was still covered under my mom's insurance up until I'm 26, so that wasn't my main priority. But
sure,
yeah, definitely have healthcare covered.
Okay, good.
And I know that's something they want to do down the road with all their players if it's a possibility.
Do you have like a financial planner to look for your future with what you are one of the better known golfers. You're clearly one of the golfers that's probably doing best for themselves. Do you have someone there or a family member that's helping you look out for your best interests in the future for disc golf to go another 10 years, after that?
No, I don't have anyone that's definitely like a financial planner, but with my investments, like this house is an investment for me, and the trailer is an investment for me to just be cheaper for the next 5 years on the road with that. So there's definitely investments that I've made for my future and things like that. But I'm really stingy with my money. Like I don't go buy things that I don't need, or just go blow it on whatever alcohol or just random things.
Sure.
So I'm very stingy with, like, this shirt, like that Dutchie wants. It's like a Ross shirt. It's like $8. So.
Well, Dutchie might get that from you later. Bring it on tour. Let him have it. I don't know if he'll fit into it. Dutch is a little bit different size than you, so but.
I don't go buying things that I don't need, and usually when I get my money, it's I spend it on my family. So it's invested somewhere good.
Schwebby says you need a 401k or a Roth IRA. So talk to Schwebby about that. He'll get you hooked up.
Definitely good advice. Or
Don Loper.
Or you just bury your money underneath one of your baskets in the backyard.
No one will find it.
You could do that too.
I'll just invest it in a gold basket. How's that?
Yeah, now you're talking.
That's switch it to gold. Perfect idea. We ask every single person that joins our show in the last month. We're going to ask you. Do you have any news updates on #1 female player in the world, Paige Pierce? Do you know who she's playing for, or if she's got any changes? Anything you want to share there? We ask everyone.
I don't know.
Good.
I don't know if she's signed with anyone,
okay.
But right now I know it's not Innova.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, Yeah, it's a funny question we like to ask all our players, all of our guests who have been on.
She made an offhand comment, and since then, I don't know how much of the, if at all, any of the web boards you tend to look at or not, but it's blown up. And this time of year, obviously, last year we saw a ton of movement. This year, we're wondering if we're going to see some movement amongst some of the pros, and clearly not yourself as and you can probably quell that for the next 3 years. Any talks of Paul moving, so.
One thing that I've said for a number of years, and I think you and I have had the conversation, but would it be fair to say that with Prodigy entering the game a couple years ago, and then obviously rounding up a number of the top players in the world at the time, and pursuing as many players as they could that were sensible, yourself included. I don't know if that's a big secret anymore. Sorry if I just spoiled it for everyone. But them pursuing the best players that were out there and available. Do you feel like what Prodigy and their signing structure and their company structure, do you feel like that kind of helped push the envelope a little further? Do you feel like that forced, maybe whether it's Innova or Discraft, do you feel like it maybe forced a few of the manufacturers to kind of take sponsorship level up a notch or two, maybe make things a little bit more structured or formal? Do you feel like that situation kind of, that was some of the fallout from it?
Yeah, there were definitely, some changes that happened. A lot of companies losing some of their top players. So for people like Eric and I who didn't go with them, it kind of helped us out a lot because now we're all of a sudden, like the top players on our respective teams, and now we have more leverage basically.
Sure.
And more input into the company and how to prevent something like that again in the future. And that's, taking care of their players differently, not in the sense of giving them more, but just being more associated with their players and closer with their players and things like that. But you can kind of see how it's playing out now with them, buying all these players and whatnot, that it's kind of, now they're slowly moving away. And whether that's money, relationship, whatever the reasons are, they kind of built this super team, I guess you can call it. And, now it's kind of like flattening out more, and these players are going back to other companies. So I think it was just, it changed the game in that aspect to where it shuffled a lot of players around, but it also, I think Innova stepped up for me at least when everyone left, and I'm sure DD did the same with Eric and Discraft with Nate as well, to secure their players that they have, and to say it was specifically Prodigy that did all that I think it would be a little much, but I'm sure they had a little bit to do with that shakeup.
Well, and that's what exactly I feel like with their structure and with them coming about in the way that they did, and going after all these players, I think the whole dynamic of it. Good plug for Dynamic Discs, a sponsor of the show this evening. But a good plug for in that it made things more dynamic. Things changed up, and I think I don't know. I think that was some of the interesting fallout that's come as a result of it. What else do you got for us when you're talking about your products, your placement, what you're doing? Maybe I'll word it this way. Do you seek out sponsors? Do you feel like there's a company or a brand or someone that you feel like you would really like to represent? I know it's been talked about with either Nike and Oakley. Is there companies that you kind of still seek out, or are you just kind of going to sit back and wait for someone to approach you at this point?
There's always companies like Nixon. I love Nixon watches, but we've gotten like Innova has helped out and contacted them before, but there's no's and stuff like that. But
sure.
It's just being persistent about it and always coming back and be like, all right, well, I did this, and it's the same mentality I took with Innova. Like, okay, you don't want to, help me out here. Well, I'm gonna do this next year, and now look. And it's the same with these companies, like with watches. Like I wear watches when I play because I like the watches. And hopefully down the road they see that and they're like, oh, okay, well, that's an easy one to, pick up and support because he's already a fan of our product. And it's just, here and there. And whether it's some other watch company, as long as it can tell time and I like the style, that's really that matters to me. But if I'm going to spend my money, I'm going to spend my money on the ones that, catch my eye the most. And they always seem to be Nixon right now.
Okay, fair enough.
yeah, and then of course, like a Nike or Adidas, or like I'm not real picky because I wear Nike shirts, probably the most common. Nike, and then Puma is definitely up there with the shirts. But when it comes to shoes, like it's Adidas. Like by far, Adidas are my favorite disc golf shoe right now. Um, so if Adidas wanted to pick me up, like I'd have a whole Adidas gear. If Nike was, I'd have to find a new disc golf shoe.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard to reach out to those people because you have to go through so many people to get to the right person, and that's where an agent would come in.
I was just gonna say, it sounds like Disc Golf Guy agent services may be available to you.
Yeah, and that's the hardest part, is finding an agent that knows disc golf and these companies.
Sure.
So that I've had people want to be agents in the past, but they don't know. They don't know our sport yet.
Any conversation, we're going to bring it back a little bit, and I know you said you don't know every specific to the World Tour, but anything that you want to touch on, because you're gonna be very closely tied to it. Like before we had you even join us, we said that you're probably getting inundated, just tons of questions coming at you, and I don't expect you to know when registration for the sub 990 players is going to open or anything crazy like that. But any insights that you want to add to the World Tour conversation?
Yeah, like I have no clue about, like you said, the signups, the who's going to be there, the what's going to go on. The only thing I know is when I myself show up to a tournament, that UC's, especially the European ones, like UC's going to have me going on a promotional tour, promoting the event, promoting, getting the word out there, to where if you're within 100 miles of the event or further, you're going to know that this tournament's going on that weekend. So that's my favorite part about the event, besides the tournament itself, is seeing all these new fans, all these new faces, all these people that want to learn what disc golf is or are really good at it and are just going to come out to learn. That's my favorite part, and that's what excites me the most, is all these new faces in the sport, and young, old, peers. That's my favorite part by far. So I think that's the biggest thing that the World Tour is going to bring, is the promotional side, the media side of blowing these events up and letting people know there's going to be a disc golf World Tour here.
Well, there's no doubt about it. UC has been out there and very active about it. Everybody's excited about what he's doing. People are excited about the Pro Tour, the National Tour. All these different things are going on. And some have said, well, maybe there's too many tours. Well, as long as they're not conflicting with one another, I don't see what the drawback can be.
Nope.
Players can choose to go if they want to, if it makes sense financially, if it makes sense in their tour calendar, whatever the case might be. And speaking of touring, you see you had referenced you and Nate Sexton. Do you guys see yourself in your same fifth wheel trailer pull behind? You guys see pretty much that same mentality again this year with traveling around the country, staying in that?
Yeah, right now we're going to have to get some things fixed on it and adjusted to where it's more comfortable for us. Because, Nate in the back was going up and down between beds, didn't know where he wanted to be, and all the stuff we had for the event. So we're going to have to figure out a way to make it more comfortable on the road for us. Well, mainly for him. And maybe figure out how to make it more comfortable, because we did learn a lot about the trailer and how it works, and
what not to hit.
Yeah, well, we didn't hit anything.
That's not what I heard.
All right. Well, sure.
But yeah, basically, we're familiar with the rig now, and now it's just being comfortable and calling it home for the whole year. And but yeah, just fixes to make it better and more comfortable for next year, and probably a smoother schedule and being more on top of things, and I guess using our free time more wisely, and just more McBeast challenges, and now hopefully with more discs and options, and making them more exciting for people to come out. And we always encourage beginners and first timers to make it their first event, because it is fun and you learn a lot.
Now, do you feel like in almost every situation, or some of the situations when you went to a place, do you find yourself duplicating what you did? So for instance, I'll think back to, well, Worlds is a bad example because it's in a different place, but wherever you camped at such and such, or you put up your trailer at one spot, if you went back to that event this year, are you kind of a guy of repetition and of habit in that way, that you'll probably go back to where you were, assuming it was a decent experience? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of the things I do in life are repetition and doing what's familiar, but I'm not against getting outside my comfort zone. If it's I guess going well, why change it?
Yep.
But sometimes, if there's a little thing that I feel like we can get better at, or a better spot, then yeah, we'll definitely take the chance with that. And a lot of the places, like the bigger events, we basically know where we'll be with the trailer, because we kind of have to plan that out weeks before, because it is such a big rig.
Yeah, so. Getting that around and knowing where you want to be. And were there any horror stories or significant challenges? How about that? Significant challenges with you guys out there pulling that rig behind you?
Yeah, there's definitely one. And Nate wasn't even there for it.
Okay.
It was Drew and I.
It was what?
It was Drew and I. Drew Gibson. Yeah, we definitely went on a road that we weren't supposed to be on, because all the bridges were way too small, and somehow, I don't know how we made it, got pulled over, got yelled at by a cop, didn't get a ticket, or cussed at. It was an experience.
Wow.
Okay.
I don't know how I still have the trailer intact, because those bridges were not trailer friendly.
Huh. All right. Well, they say you live and you learn.
It's a tour of trial and error. That was our tour.
So speaking of that, any other additions or whatnot to the tour? Are people going to kind of come and go? Obviously, Nate being in the RV with you. Anyone else this year that's kind of locked and loaded?
No, just basically Nate and I. I'm sure people will come and go, because we do have the room for others, but no one is in particular. Which I think we both like that, because if his wife comes to town, there's room for her, or if I have a friend come to town like Tommy, or if Drew needs a place for a weekend, like there's definitely room for 2 to 3 more people, but not to tour with comfortably. The 2 of us and maybe one other, but no names are set in stone with that. So
okay. I don't want to talk too much about this, but one specific one that created a healthy conversation is the idea that you, obviously getting your name on the Destroyer, after we've seen Avery Jenkins from 2009, his Worlds, and him having his name on the Destroyer. I know when we talked back in August at the Ledgestone, you had asked and said, it was right after Worlds, you said, what disc would you want? You said, of course, the Destroyer.
yeah.
That's where we had that conversation. Next thing you know, it's all in the works. You have conversations with your friends at Innova. Everything good? You and AJ? He doesn't feel like you stole his girlfriend or anything by taking the Destroyer and putting your name on it?
Not as far as I know. If he's good at keeping secrets, if so. I just sent him a present too, so he'll be getting that in a few days.
What do you send Avery Jenkins? What kind of present?
I'm sure he'll post it up when he gets it.
Interesting. I'm gonna guess, and this is just a guess, that someone decided to do some double stamps, and it's gonna have Avery and Paul's name on it. That's just my guess. I have no official insider information, but my guess is you had some Paul and Avery double stamps.
Or maybe a Destroyer with Avery's kid stamped on it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
That would be pretty good.
That'd be an idea. On the Paul McBeth Destroyer, though.
Sure, just tell with a nice note that says this will be the next Jenkins on a disc, because you won't be anymore.
Ouch! Ouch!
He's busy commentating. I'd say it if he was here.
Anything else in terms of the disc that people should know about? I mean, they can buy them off directly from Innova. You and I had that conversation at AM Worlds in 2014 that you don't sell discs. You don't have them in your trunk or anything like that. You're more likely to give them away than to sell them. But people can just go out and support you by purchasing any of the discs directly from Innova or from your retailers.
Yeah, if it comes to disc wise, your local disc golf shop or things like that, or if you're looking for McPro plastic or Tour Series discs, like that's basically proshop.innovadisc.com. That's where you get all that stuff because we don't sell discs on the road. That's just a lot more stuff to keep on us. But the way that I've always looked at it is if Red Bull was to give me free Red Bull and I was to turn around and sell it to you, like that's not fair.
Sure.
So, yeah, definitely check those out online. And yeah, your local retail shops, support them, or Dick's Sporting Goods and the big retail shops. They're big supporters of Innova and the discs that have my name on them. So.
Is it fair to say that you have as many discs as you need? Is that a more than fair statement? I know you don't lose a lot. I know you don't necessarily change them up a lot. But one question that comes in a lot, and this is generically speaking of anyone that gets sponsored, is, oh, how many discs do they get? They probably just can go to the warehouse and just take, stacks and stacks of them. But it's fair to say that when you're at Rancho Cucamonga or if you're on the East Coast, if you need to grab some discs, or do you have them all stockpiled? Do you have everything that you feel like you need right now?
Yeah, right now I definitely do. Usually when I end up getting discs, they're like, oh, we came out with a new run of this or something. We got a new box, or I'm heading out on tour, so I'll grab all my stuff basically for the year and not use it all.
Okay.
So then it just sits around and it comes out here and there. Or like if friends are over and they're like, hey, I need a disc, I need this. Like, oh, I got some here or there, and they're used because I tried them out. And usually I try every disc I have when I go out to the field or practice rounds. And that's why my bag switches so much, is because I might have 3 Champion Rocks in my bag when I'm only planning on carrying 1 new one. And I just maybe like the color of that one or the flight of that one. And so all of them are basically used. Yeah, so I have a lot, but we do have a limit on what we're supposed to get.
Sure.
So I don't exceed that limit or go crazy with it. I usually try to get what I need, but sometimes I'll get 10 more destroyers than I need, because you never know with those.
Mm-hmm.
Throw them so often that they either hit something hard or they go swimming.
Was there a particular disc you lost more than any other? Would it be a destroyer this year? I'm just guessing because those are the ones you are most likely to try
honestly,
and clear water
it's
with.
probably Thunderbird, because I think I'm Superman and try to clear stuff with Thunderbird instead of destroyers.
All right. Paul, I don't have a lot else. I mean, I think I hit most of the questions. I'm sure people are going to say, oh, you didn't ask mine, but I feel like I hit most of the questions as I kind of quickly went over them. I'm going to give you a free time, without any questions. Is there anything that you'd like to discuss, or heck, is there anything you'd like to ask us, Paul, here on Smashbox TV, or anything you want to?
Yeah, who's next? Who do I get to watch next week?
I don't.
We're talking about taking off next week.
Yeah, because the Christmas, there's really nothing going on. Not that we can't bring somebody in and interview them, like we've had with you and Germ last week. Have a nice sit-down conversation. But we might skip a week. We'll see how it flows. So we don't have anyone scheduled for next week. It's still up in the air. But
who do you think we should have?
Yeah, who do you want to hear from?
Someone that's not a player.
Oh,
see,
okay.
I don't know if like a Chuck Kennedy would be kind of cool. Maybe a Brian Graham.
Yeah, something like that, or a tournament director. Maybe someone like at a national tour, or like a Keith Murray at Memorial or Vegas or whoever.
Okay, yeah, and
we'd have to pull Keith Murray away from whatever Taylor Swift concert he's at, but
yeah, probably. No, Keith would be a great, and I'll speak to that. That Keith would, he's a great suggestion. Also, because obviously the Memorial's around the corner. What's that?
Or maybe a celebrity disc golf player, like someone in a band or something like that. I'm sure I could find someone.
Yeah, why don't you make something happen? Zach Deputy, I've been a big fan ever since I learned of him, and then learned that he had disc golf ties and plays disc golf. I'm a huge Zach Deputy fan, and we saw him perform at USDGC. He was out there during one of the player parties, so it'd be awesome to have someone like him on there. Some people are shouting out for UC. We've had UC. We've offered to UC, and I'll say this. One thing that doesn't work well with both Simon and UC, and of course a lot of our other overseas players, they are sleeping right now, believe it or not. It's approximately 3 or 4 a.m., and so they're sleeping. So they've said that the timing obviously doesn't work out. Other people that have come in, Bubba Watson, Aaron Rodgers.
I think Aaron Rodgers is a little busy right now.
He might have a thing or two going on.
He doesn't have anything going on.
Yeah, Tuesday is his off day. I did see some video of him doing some trick shots for basketball.
We'll talk about that in a little bit. But yeah, so all right. Well, if you think of anyone that you think would be brilliant to have on the show that's available and want to step inside the Smashbox, arguably the number 2 or 3 or 4 best rated disc golf podcast on the internet, we could have them.
It's just a number.
Just a number.
Thanks for your vote of confidence on us. Appreciate that. Any questions, dare I say, any questions for us or any questions that you want to throw out there for other people that could get all berserk in trying to answer it?
Man, I don't know. I'm stuck on something. I have one more thing to say, and I can't remember what it was. But
we covered a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I feel like there's still more, too.
Okay, I mean, you think about it. And that's what I was going to say. If there's anything that on your mind that you want to speak about that I didn't, ask you about.
What was that?
I was just saying if there's anything else on your mind that I didn't maybe ask you about that you wanted to bring to the table.
There were. I just can't remember. No, but definitely, I just want to say that I'm proud of all the junior team, the junior players around the world and the Innova Junior team throughout the year and all the things that they accomplished, world titles, second places, all sorts of tournaments, and the way that they carry themselves. It's like they're little professionals out there.
You want to make a prediction where little AB is going to finish at the Memorial this year? He's playing Open, I'm assuming.
I'll definitely give him top 15.
Good.
Wouldn't be surprised top 10.
I mean, figure it's home courses. He's right there. He knows it inside and out. He's got all the skills. Just a matter of putting it together.
It depends on school. I mean, he's a little genius. So it depends on how focused he is with school and how much is going on at that time, on how much he gets to practice. So I would say top 15 for sure.
Okay.
Any predictions about his career, his budding career? Him and Isaac, obviously, with their great battle this year and everything else. But any predictions about his career?
Yeah, he told me I only have till 2018.
Wow.
So I was telling him he's better get used to second. But, we had a long car ride, so
I bet. What were some of the typical topics of conversation? Was it a lot of golf? I mean, or are you giving girl advice to a 15-year-old, or are you guys talking school? What kind of topics do you guys get to cover?
Yeah, there was some girl stuff. He's got a girl. I don't know. School definitely, and then traveling wise, and there's a lot of Justin Bieber going on in that car.
Okay.
Now was that your iPod or his?
Yeah.
It is.
Oh sure.
So there's video. I'll admit it. But yeah, just like the future and stuff like that, and I asked him how he felt about his year and what he wants to learn and do with disc golf and school and stuff like that. So yeah, there was a lot of good conversation and singing and just having fun.
Okay. Now he obviously, and he told me at the Worlds after he won it, understandably, he said, I challenged him, or maybe it was on the podcast. So we challenged him a little bit and just said, you do have a lot of the mannerisms. You take after Paul in a lot of ways. There's a lot of similarities. And he very blatantly said, he's the best in the world. Why wouldn't you want to emulate that? Why wouldn't you want to copy that? And some people are asking, how do you feel about that? How do you, feel knowing him and others are, want to do the extra little leg twitch when they're, just about to putt and they twist their, their foot into the ground or whatever the case may be, or blowing on their fingers. AB does that a lot. I noticed at Worlds.
Well, I had a funny, we were talking about having AB on originally. I was thinking to myself, it would be a really funny video, and maybe I don't spoil this, but at the Memorial, have an interview with AB and have Paul hiding in the bushes, like he's taking notes on what AB is doing. So maybe we'll arrange something.
But we see these similarities. What does that mean to you?
Oh, it's very humbling, and it's it's I don't know, it's really a great feeling because then I know I'm doing something right. And it's just how I've always, pictured myself growing up, from baseball to disc golf. Like I've always wanted to be a good role model to, the younger generation and, my peers, and then those that are, playing that are older than me. It's just how I've always, I guess, grown up is knowing that I will be in a position like this. So I better, do it to the fullest, and on the course, off the course, how I present myself, how I am around others. And that's just, how I've grown up, and whether that is influenced a lot by my parents or who I've grown up with or the people that have helped me throughout my careers. It's something I've always envisioned, and it's a great feeling to have people like that looking up to me and wanting to be, not be me or be like me, but exceed what I'm doing now.
Yeah, we saw a lot of posts on social media the past week of a lot of the junior team thanking you for bags and discs, you and Innova as well. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah, and I mean it's a small gesture, but it goes so far, and just to let them know that we are thinking about them and we appreciate everything they're doing and the way that they're carrying themselves and the way that they're carrying the brand is it goes miles and miles further than they can imagine. So.
All right.
I think that's all we got for you now, buddy. I'm sure people could go on and on with countless questions coming in on here, but I think we've exhausted most of the good stuff. There's
right.
always next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll get you on after whatever your next big win is or something.
I don't know.
I'll be here if you need me.
We're taking a big risk on that. I'm not sure when we're going to see him again. Paul, I tell people all the time. We tell fans, we tell viewers, listeners. I tell other people in the industry. We enjoy talking to you. Obviously, you're a stand-up gentleman, but we enjoy talking to you. We enjoy that you take the time to reach out to us, that you work with us on Smashbox, whether we're doing a live broadcast and you want to tell me what disc you're throwing or give us insight or take the extra few minutes with us. We appreciate that. I know all of our fans, all of our viewers appreciate it. I frequently get accused of having McBeth fandom and some kind of bias towards you, but I say it countless times. We enjoy working with people that want to work with us, and you're right on the top of that list as someone who's always willing to work with us and sit down with us and have a good time with us, and we just genuinely appreciate it. We think it's awesome, and I know all the fans out there really appreciate it as well.
Well, thank you. That means a lot, and I'm excited to do more. Whether it's video broadcasts or interviews or just anything with disc golf, and continue to grow the sport however they want to interpret it, but just keep pushing it forward.
All right. Well, as long as you don't take my commentator job. Anyway.
So before we go, give a shout out to your sponsors. Let people know where they can contact you or reach you if they have any questions or or just anything.
Or stalk you.
Yeah. Well, for 2016, I definitely got to thank Innova Champion Discs. They'll be there, and I'm so happy about that and grateful for this opportunity to be with them and through the years. And Purist Labs, that's going to be an adventure that I'm stoked on and can't wait to see where this relationship grows. And for 2016, I'll definitely be promoting that and showing the results of the products that I'm taking and just how they really truly do work. And for 2015, there's the sponsors that won't be with me, like Tomahawk Shades, but I appreciate everything they've done for me. Grip Bags. It's been a great year and a great ride. And again, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be with them and be a part of those companies, and I wish them the best and their players. I'm excited to just see the sport continue to grow. The more companies, the better. So I hope that they continue with their success. And yeah, I'm ready for 2016. A few more days. So happy holidays, everyone. Enjoy it, and we'll bring in the new year.
All right. Well, you have a great night. Thank you again for joining us. We look forward to 2016 and beyond. Have a great night, Paul.
All right. Thank you, Terry.
Hope you're lucky next year. Bye.
See you guys.
All right.
You couldn't let it go.
I couldn't.
You couldn't. You had to throw a jab in there.
I couldn't let it go. So
we learned there at the very end there that he's no longer being sponsored by Grip this year.
what?
Yeah, which I didn't know. Maybe
I knew.
You didn't share.
I know. I don't share everything.
And Tomahawk Shades.
Keep a few things right here in this pocket.
Yeah, I guess. And Tomahawk swapped out one Paul for another.
Is that what it was?
They must have.
Okay.
Because I think I saw that Uli is now being sponsored by Tomahawk.
That sounds about right. I for some reason I thought I saw Katrina.
Maybe it's both. I only
both.
saw Uli, so it could be Katrina as well. So congratulations to them on that sponsorship. I don't want to say little sponsorship because it's a big deal.
I'll go ahead and further it and say after the conversation I had with Paul, he said, as he was just alluding to, he had a great relationship and enjoyed being with Grip in terms of his bags. But as Innova is developing more bags, and as they've jumped into the market now, is he going to be carrying the Hero Pack? So on and so forth. There's going to be a transition period like everything else, and there's going to be internet,
more internet speculation.
and beyond. But he has told me that obviously he's going to be moving into Innova's bags, and we're going to see that. And it's kind of funny because when you think about Paul, more often than not, he's got a caddy.
Correct. So it's nothing.
It's almost his caddies need a sponsorship more so than him.
Very true.
That is one interesting way to look at it. I know that Innova will continue to develop. I believe they're working on an additional level in terms of their bag that would be above and beyond what their new Hero Pack has done. So that's something. And if there's anybody that's going to be getting a prototype, I'm guessing it will be Paul that has first dibs on one of those.
I don't know.
So that's where it's at. If you need a Hero Pack, I've got them in stock. Call me.
All right. Well, let's roll into our a little bit of news that we have. The past 2 weeks, we've been talking about the All Things Disc Golf Throwers' Choice Awards.
Yes, we have.
And we're going to announce the winners on here. I mean, they've already been...
Oh, they have?
They have already been put on the website. But for those of you who don't know, you can go to allthingsdiscgolf.com, look up the 2015 Throwers' Choice Award. As we discussed, Paul, Male Player of the Year, along with his Moment of the Year, which is the Grand Slam season. Kind of weird moment, but okay, I'll give it to you. Paige Pierce takes home Female Player of the Year. The voting, she won. It wasn't a landslide, but a majority, 34 to Sarah Holcomb's 21, behind Paige Bjerkis at 11%. So
yeah, I thought it was very interesting to see. Obviously, Paige had an amazing year, and Sarah Holcomb really having a. We don't really give back like a comeback player of the year, and I don't know if they would quite fit that category. But Sarah certainly struggled. Yeah,
I was gonna say Sarah struggled most of the year,
more so in 2014.
Yeah, and she didn't necessarily light it up in 2015 until Worlds, and then she had that fantastic run and the accident and whatnot. So I think that, for all it's worth, I think that's that helped out. But I think Paige is the right choice for Female Player of the Year. She had a great season, barring injury even. So, and then what I think is probably the most interesting and the most up for subjectivity. Thanks. Nailed it. Dynamic Disc, the Justice, gets the Disc of the Year. 42% of the vote. And there were 9 finalists, and they took home almost 50% on that one. And I listened to the Disc Golf Answer Man, and they had pushed for the Justice. They said, we've got a couple discs in there, but we feel that the Justice is the best overall disc, I believe is what they put for that one, over the Convict and the evidence that they had as well. So they won with 42% of the vote. So I think they stuffed the ballot box.
I don't know, but let's give away some.
Let's give away. So speaking of, that kind of rolled. That was my segue.
Oh, beautifully played.
Thank you. Dynamic Discs, thanks tonight for stepping up to sponsor the podcast. We have some. Are they the Lucid Justices? I believe they were, because those were technically the
ones in the photograph. Can you pull up the photograph that was shared with us or not? Well, either way, we know that, and if you can't, that's not a big deal. Bobby Brown, Cool Daddy Slick Breeze, and our friends over at Dynamic Discs have said that they have some Justice in stock, so that they're going to go ahead. Now, let's find out exactly. I don't know if you want to share everything. They are some Lucid Justices.
Can do that. That's a picture.
And what? There you go. So, You can see them on your screen if you're watching. We're going to have a giveaway. Bobby Brown provided us some questions because you saw last week and other weeks just how
we struggle.
how not good it goes.
How not good we are with questions and whatnot. So Bobby gave us 3 questions. Is that correct?
I don't know. You're going to have to pull it back up in the chart. I was going to do some research. I've got some other really exciting news that broke. We'll have to get to in a few moments. So we had some questions come in from Bobby, and
I need to pull them up on my email because that's where he sent them to.
So really?
Yeah. I don't think he put them in our little private chat.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, so in just a moment we're gonna have the question. Always...
All right. So I'm already ready. Bam. See how quick that is?
Okay. How are you gonna do it?
We are going to do. How about this? There's 3 questions. The first one will take the first answer. Second question, the second correct answer. The third question, the third correct answer.
Oh, okay. I think I see.
Can you follow that?
I got it.
Okay. So, for the first Justice, question number 1. What is the first and last name of Eric McCabe, of his best friend that helped him with the first GBO in 2003?
You got to be a diehard or an attendee or someone that takes great notes.
Correct.
Because I'll admit, I did not know this answer.
I knew the first name, but I didn't know the last name because we were at the GBO last year and he was up on stage. Mm-hmm. So the very first answer, the very first person to get the answer that I see. Now, we've had some issues. Some people have questioning. Your chat may be slightly different, slightly off than ours, so it's going to be what I first see.
Yeah. So first and last name.
Ralph is not the answer. Joe Rusco is not the answer.
So first and last name of Eric's best friend that helped with the GBO in 2003. Here,
are you going to do it? I'll do it. You do it. You go ahead. Go ahead and say it.
Oh, what, the winner?
Oh no, we have a winner.
I was going to say something else, but
we have a winner.
It looks like Joshua Black.
Joshua Black. The answer is Gabe Worley. Joshua, please reach out to Terry on Facebook. And he can, and we will get that information to Dynamic Discs, and Dynamic Discs is going to drop ship you one of these beautiful Justices. Question number 2 for the second one. Name the 2 players that have won multiple glass blown opens in the MPO division.
Name the 2 players.
2 players. I need them both. I will take just their first names because they're pretty common. So this would be the second one, the second correct answer that I see.
This is riveting.
And for those that don't know, here's a little clue to help you out. You can find all these answers. Oh, there it is. There's the first right answer.
Oh, they're coming in so fast.
In so fast. All right, I see. All right, is that... No, there's one.
All right, you can stop answering now because we definitely see the right answer.
Yep. I believe, and I don't want to say it before I know it. We have the correct answer.
I can't.
I believe it looks like Ben Slakely got the correct answer. I'm gonna scroll up just a little bit just to make sure that I'm right with that. The first person to come up with the answer was Logan Fisk, followed up with looks like
on our
no, there Is this the second one right here?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I'm sorry. So I was wrong. Luis Garcia came up with Eric Will. That was the good second answer. No, wait. Shoestrick McCabe. I was right the first time. Ben Slakely. Ben Slakely's the winner.
All right.
I was looking for first names again. So Ben Slakely, reach out to Terry. If you want a little clue on how to get these answers a little more quickly, the GBO has an app that they designed and developed for, I believe, iOS and Android. All the answers are out there for these comments. So Ben Slakely, that is the correct answer. Will Shoestrick and Eric McCabe. Will Shoestrick has won twice, and Eric McCabe 3 times.
Ooh.
Yeah. And so finally, for our third and final giveaway for the night. Once again, we want to thank Dynamic Disc for everything they've done for us and are doing for us and plan to do for us in the future, whether they like it or not.
They're doing it.
We are going to keep on them.
Yes, they're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, if we have to sneak into their warehouse and take giveaways, we'll do it.
Ouch, you were just called Steve Harvey.
Oh, yeah, totally. I did Harvey that.
That is
Well,
awesome.
I got it right. No, I got it right, and then I got it wrong, and then I got it right. Harvey just got it flat out wrong the first time. Okay, answer question number 3. This will be the third correct answer, and this will be easier because it's only one name. What is the name of the world-renowned glass blower that designed the original GBO trophies? The name of the world-renowned glass blower that designed the original glass-blown open trophies. I'm going to take the third answer.
That's correct.
That's correct.
All right, and we are waiting for them to come in.
Some of the answers.
Can you name a famous glass blower besides the one I could name? And I don't even know if you would name that same one.
I don't know if he's a glass blower. If he's a glass artist. That'd be Chihuly.
Yep, that was the only one I could name.
Okay, I don't know if it's technically glass blowing or what. So,
Honus Wagner.
nope, it's not Honus Wagner. It's not Joe Rusco.
They're not. This could be a long night. All right. Seems as if we might have.
There's the second one. There. Oh, wow! Did that pop up fast? We have the correct answer.
Stop answering.
And I'm going to run down the list of exactly who I see. So the first correct answer was Will Smith. He answered Hal Berger. The second correct answer was Will Smith. Good copy and paste. He answered Hal Berger. The third correct answer, I couldn't get copy and pasting quick enough, was at Blakey Disco. I believe is that what that says?
Or Blackie Disco. Yep.
Yep. Hal Berger. So at Blakey Disco, reach out to Terry, and he will get your information to Dynamic Disc, and you will get your justice.
Yes, you will.
So congratulations. Sorry, Will Smith, you were close with the first two, but couldn't get that third one.
I almost wonder if moving forward, since we didn't clarify, I wonder moving forward if the same person should count twice.
I don't care. Sure, copy paste. I'm fine with that.
I think moving forward, I don't like that.
Why not? That's not fair to the person. You know, if you I got no.
That's the whole point.
I got no problem with that.
There's a strategy to
because
not being first.
If you're the first person and let's say you're that was a tough question. If you were the only one to know and you throw the answer out there, now everyone else can be like, oh, there it is, and quick answer.
Yeah, but they don't know that it's right.
I know, but I don't mind copy and paste. If you know the answer,
you can run yours. I'll run mine.
Okay, we'll run different ones then. Yeah.
So we'll run different.
So
ones.
every time we do a contest, you'll have to know who is running the contest, whether it's gonna be Terry or I, whether or not your copy and pasted answers were correct. So yes, if you were one of the winners, reach out to Terry. And once again, thanks to Bobby Brown and Dynamic Disc and everyone over there. We love them.
And we're going to have more giveaways that are going to go less smooth than that shortly.
Are we?
Yes, we are going to have some more giveaways. Of course, we also have other supporters that have reached out to us. Daredevil Discs. We're going to be having a conversation with Ricky Singleton and having get more insight on Daredevil. That's going to probably be in the new year, as we were just discussing timelines. And also, we're going to be giving out a pair of Discraft roaches.
Awesome.
I still got a couple more of those to give out. Discraft, who we will be conversing with more. A great suggestion by Paul had come in on the board to talk to someone like Keith Murray from the Memorial Championships. So we're going to be doing just that, seeing if we can have some conversations with the first national tour event to talk about where things are there. So what else in news did you see today? I know you referenced it earlier. Did you watch the Dude Perfect Aaron Rodgers trick shot video?
Nope. I just saw quickly. I didn't have a lot of time today doing lots of stuff.
Sure you were.
I saw it was a basketball, correct?
It was done at a basketball court.
Yep.
And it was still primarily football for Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Yeah, it was primarily football.
Well, then it doesn't interest me. It's not disc related. Aaron Rodgers does play some casual rounds of disc golf over in California when he's there in the off season, but
Tyler's asked that we throw in an intermission during the bathroom break. or to create an intermission, excuse me, so that you'd have a bathroom break.
No. That's called between shows for the after show.
Yeah.
If I have to hold it, you have to hold it.
Exactly. Some other news I would like to announce. Just on Friday night, released the latest video blog, which showed some action from down. I had to think about it. Chuck Conley. We didn't use his question earlier that he had asked Paul, is how many licks did it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? But I did release that. We're going to see the back nine to that released probably in the next day or two, hopefully, and more video blogs continue to roll out. I'm still interested in people providing feedback as to the mini vlogs. We had a good response today. I had Paul McBeth in the title talking about questions that he wanted. I'm still looking for your feedback and your interest in the mini vlogs as to if you guys are finding those useful, if those create any kind of conversation pieces for you, whether you like my questions or not, or want me to ask a question that you'd like to hear out there. I think that would be that'd be great to do. So please feel free to do so. Oh, Mike Mack says he loves them. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Either that or you're saying you love the 2.5-hour regular show.
Either way. We ran, I mean, the past 2 weeks, we've done a different format. We've gone longer with the guest. Normally, we usually keep the guest to a half hour to 45 minutes, move on with other stuff. But in this, we'll call this the downtime. It's a lot, I kind of like the long-form interview where we get a little bit more in-depth with the players. And it's perfect. I mean, we won't do this all year long. When we have way more news, we'll keep the player interviews a little shorter, but for now, that's pretty good. So,
all right,
let's give away some roaches.
I was just trying to think of another clever way to go about it.
How about?
Okay.
And hopefully you can find this.
Okay.
Here, hold on once. I'll find it on the internet. So. That was a little secret talk right there. I turned the volume down real quick, so hopefully nobody heard that.
Well, then we won't use that question because
nobody heard that.
I've got a different one.
Okay.
I've got a different one. Here's your question. We're going to just take number one. We'll keep it short and simple. Provide us the owner's name of Discraft. Super simple, folks. Owner's name of Discraft. Advantage to the lip readers. Yes, it was. That's who will win a pair of roaches is the owner's name of Discraft. They must have heard.
Oh, there it is.
All right. Leonard Siegel, my friend, you have in fact answered it correctly. It is Jim Kenner. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Leonard, reach out to me via Facebook and I will get a pair of Discraft roaches sent out to you. So there you go. Thank you. Look at all the right answers coming in. You guys are pretty good.
Yep.
Coming in with Jim Kenner. I was taking the first one in this case. Very nice. So there's an easy one for you.
Yes. Way to go, Leonard. So now taking the first one, you have a bigger advantage. Maybe if you have a faster internet connection, you're not buffering. You're watching extremely live. So you're not. There's no. Some people who maybe took a bathroom break are behind by 45 seconds to a minute, and they're out of luck.
Yeah. Well,
unless we take the third one, and then maybe they're right on. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm catching up on a few messages that had come in throughout the round. Brian Schweberger was out on the board, and he had earlier asked me to ask him about Alaska. I don't think that's going to fit into his schedule there, Schwebby, though. All right, and I also got I'm sorry, real quickly, Johnny, entertain him. I got an update here from Macbeth about something. He said that he will be, he's basically telling me that he's going to be again working with obviously with St. Jude in terms of donations for 2016.
Do you remember how much he raised last year? Was it 40?
No, it was I believe it was 20 to 25,000 ish.
Okay,
somewhere in that neighborhood is what he raised for St. Jude. But he said there will be, basically what I think he was telling me in a message here is that there will be a very limited amount of discs that he will be offering that will be exclusively as fundraising opportunity for the St. Jude event taking place next May.
And that's and I'll go out and say that Paul had a phenomenal fundraising effort last year, and I think that's what every top pro should do. go to their sponsor, create a very limited run of something unique with a special St. Jude stamp, sign them, and work with the sponsor to get them shipped out. And I think we could raise a lot of money that way.
Yeah, very, very cool.
And then give them all to us, and we'll do it on our on our podcast-a-thon that we're going to eventually do. So,
very, very commendable by Paul. Like you said, everything that he had done, and looking forward to a big year. I know that Nate Sexton, his touring buddy, had already talked about finding a way to ramp things up and to make it bigger and better for next year, and just super excited about it. So let's make sure it's as big as it can possibly be. I think we covered a lot of the other hot topics that I saw. Scott Stokely, he had a follow-up video to his previous video about his demands for on the tour. I can't say that I watched that one. I know that registrations, I think this is probably one of the biggest conversations that needs to be had right now, especially if we're not live next week. Registrations for a number of events are opening on January 1st.
Yep.
Just make sure you're on top of it. Know that you've done your research. I can't tell you all of the events specifically, but I know there were a number of them that I know would interest people.
Sure.
So make sure you go out there. I know the memorial registration, as of a few days ago when I last looked, was very, very close to full.
All right.
On at least the amateur side of things. So just go out and double check. Make sure you know where you're going, what you're doing. Someone recently had made a comment about, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to such and such event. And I remember saying, you might not have that choice if you don't get signed up in the next few minutes. If you don't get
signed up, you won't have the choice about whether or not you can go. You just won't be going.
Yeah, you're for sure not going. Oh, I do have a pro tip.
All right. Spit it out.
I'm going to try and change it from a rant down to a pro tip.
Wow.
Okay? If you are thinking about competing in a disc golf tournament, especially an unofficial, organized, sanctioned PDGA disc golf tournament, or really any tournament, the best time to reach out to the tournament director is not via text at 6:55 the day of the tournament. That is not the best time to first reach out to the tournament director and contact them. Anytime prior to that, and I don't mean 6:54 a.m., I mean anytime, like the day before, especially if you want to pay in some odd way, or you're not paid, or you may be late, whatever the case may be. It's a little odd to reach out to the tournament director the morning of the tournament and say, hey, I need a special case way to pay. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to be late in getting there. Okay, so that would be my non-pro tip to do that, okay? Is that fair?
Just fair. I think we can leave it at that.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Good tip. Reach out early.
If you have any questions about the event, the first time to ask the TD is not 6:55 the morning of it. I mean, you can, but you're better off doing a little research or trying to find out your answers anytime before that.
Sure.
Your first contact shouldn't be the day of the event.
All right. On that note.
Yes. I'll remind everyone, I saw it was asked on our page today, Smashbox new 20. No spaces. Smashbox new 20.
If you're signing up for a new membership,
a 20% discount with the PDGA if you are signing up and creating a brand new PDGA membership. Please go out and take advantage of it.
Sign up your kids with that one. If you got young kids and you're looking at getting them into the sport and you've kind of been waiting and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to get them in. My kid's only 3 or 4, or now's the time to do it. Get them a nice low number and sign up using Smashbox new 20.
There you go. So we appreciate everyone chiming in and taking advantage of that. That's what we want you to do with it. And that's a great way the PDGA can support us, and then we can turn around and support our viewers out there. No, I'm not going to call anyone out on this one. Not the best idea, but Smashbox new 20. We'd like to hear what you think of the show. We'd like for you to provide us with feedback. Not just for tonight, but any night. We'd love to know what you think. Please send us messages. Interact with us on Facebook, YouTube, wherever it may be. Please go out, share our podcast. Let others know that it's taking place. We continue to get a lot of people that say, oh, man, I somehow forgot your Tuesday at 9 o'clock. I had a number of those tonight saying, well, I didn't know this was happening. Why am I just finding out now?
Yeah.
But
every night,
Every
Or it's
Tuesday.
every Tuesday night, not every night. Every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Central Time. We are here blabbing, talking, interviewing, making fools of ourselves, whatever we want to do and you want to listen to. So we thank you very much for your patronage and watching, and the people that have stepped up and, a couple bucks donated here and there, or a meal if you see us on the road, things like that. Don't buy Terry a soda. Get him a water.
At least not a Dew. Mountain Dew, no.
Anyway, so let's close this out. We'll do some after show, and we'll answer some other questions that maybe people have, and we'll move on.
All right. So for Paul McBeth, your 4-time and reigning world champion, as well as Johnny V and myself, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, this very well could be our last live podcast here of the 2015 year. We appreciate, as Johnny said, all the patronage, all the support, all the viewership, everything you guys are doing. We look forward to seeing you guys next time, whenever that may be, but also join us in our after show. All right, that's enough. We'll see you next time when you step inside the Smash Box.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Paul's hair. Tell a friend. All right, welcome everyone. This is podcast number 67's After Show, where things get crazy. We got Johnny V and myself, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, and we are glad you're here. We're going to talk about a few things. People can give us some info and or ask us questions as to what you can, whatever you can come up with out here on the board. As always, we're interacting with most of our peeps out here on the live chat board. So please go out there and interact that way. We've got a record turnout tonight. Having Paul on the show, that was in fact our single largest to date live podcast that we'd ever done. So if you didn't go out and listen to our podcast earlier, you certainly should.
I don't know if it was.
I think it was our single largest live audience at one point. I just told them it was, so it's true.
Good point. If you just tell people numbers,
Yep,
they can be true.
you got it.
Where are the Santa hats? I actually was going to wear one, and I forgot because my kid got one from Boy Scouts, and it was sitting around here, and I couldn't find it as I walked through the kitchen. So,
Yes. So no Santa hat, sorry. But Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, all that stuff to anyone out there. We didn't say that during the closeout of the show, but
Travis asks, can anyone get involved with Smashbox?
step inside.
Step inside. If you have something, I guess it depends what you mean get involved with. If you have something you want to promote, reach out to us. If you feel that you should be a guest for some reason, reach out to us. We're always looking for different and interesting new guests. If you want to be involved, as in help out with our live broadcasts, again, reach out. That's basically the key here. Reach out to us because we don't necessarily know if you want to be involved. We could reach out to everybody out there and ask individually. But so please go ahead, reach out to us if you want to be involved. Will Smith is in the house, so let's get jiggy with it.
Yes, Will. Glad to have you. Will, you are, I believe, a Wisconsin boy. I'm not sure if that is, in fact, your name or if that's just a screen name. But thanks. I know you've been out there and supporting. Joe, we appreciate the help tonight. Thank you for all of your support. I know you've recently purchased a shirt and some other stuff from us. Ooh, I actually have discs for a couple people for us to sign, and I know someone had just asked if we forgot about their disc. Did you guys... Oh, we didn't do a holiday disc giveaway, Shnikes. Here you are in the after show. Stay tuned, folks. Holiday disc giveaway.
Yep.
Totally my fault. We didn't do it earlier, but that's what you get for being a loyal after show podcast listener. We do have a great giveaway. One, how do we want to do this, buddy? He had sent me a message. I totally apologize.
Did he send it just you?
Yes. And so what we're going to do...
Mistake number one. Mistake number one.
No. We talked about it earlier.
Did we really get up to 289 viewers? I kept watching our numbers, which were probably not quite being refreshed, and I saw the upper 100s.
I saw 232, I thought.
Up here?
I thought.
Oh, maybe. I just.
We'll look later.
Yeah, I'll definitely look later. But so if that's the case, then yes, we definitely had the largest following tonight. So.
All right, we have Juan. If you're good for it, let's do the giveaway. I don't know if he agreed to it, or we can wait till we bring it all back.
Juan did send some questions.
Okay. We out. Sorry, my fault. No, not your fault. Totally my fault. Everybody's. All right, here we go. This is so. Let's talk about it first. Juan did some of the holiday discs for Innova, the design.
Really?
Yes. He had won something, which I had mailed out his stuff, but then he turned around and said, hey, can I support the show? I have some of these discs. I did the Innova design for some of the holiday discs for Innova. I'd like to give some of those out. I said, heck yeah. Thank you so much. So we really appreciate it. So here is, and he said the first one to answer correctly. Which 3 molds are the Ginger Snap holiday stamped discs offered in?
Wow.
I'll give you a clue. This is the design he did. But what are the 3 molds the Ginger Snap holiday stamped discs are offered in? And I've got the answer right here, so as soon as we see it, Johnny, if you want to look.
I'm going to look to verify this so I don't Harvey this one up.
I'll admit I do not feel like this is an incredibly easy answer. You either really know it or you don't. You're not gonna stumble into this one. I think. No, we have one that was really close.
Right there.
Yeah, it looks like unless we can say otherwise, looks like Steve Bevel may have been our first to answer correctly. The answer is in fact Polecat, Dart, and Whale.
Now, is there a specific reason for that? Is that because they're wider discs? The rims seem to be wider and they're easier to hang because they're not necessarily throwers? I don't know what the reasoning behind that is.
It wouldn't be a question for me because I don't know. But yes, Polecat, Dart, Whale were the correct answers. I believe Steve was in fact the first to answer from what I could see. Steve, send me a message. I know we're already friends on Facebook, and I will... send it to me, and then I'll forward it on, and Juan will be sending one out to you. So, very cool. Thank you, Juan. And he's got another one. Ooh, this is a good one. Not that wasn't, but this is a good one as well. And get your keyboards ready. This isn't something you're going to either know or not know. This is one that's going to require a little bit of research for. So, the first person to answer...
Okay.
Here we go. The first person to answer this. This is for a Ginger Snap disc. Thanks to our pal Juan. We appreciate the giveaway. According to the PDGA, how many career wins do Paul McBeth and Paige Pierce have combined?
Wow. That's a lot of wins.
Yeah, so there you go. We've got more than 100 people taking part of the suite action right now. But the question here is, according to the PDGA, how many career wins do Paul McBeth and Paige Pierce have combined? Seti, I'm not sure if you're arguing with one of us or someone else out there. As to who's wrong about what. Cody Sawin.
Cody Sawin.
Cody Sawin. Marty, you work for the PDGA and you couldn't get it right, fool.
Second place, Marty Gregoire.
First loser. No fear. All right. So Cody Sawin had the correct answer at 154. Paige was 68. Paul McBeth with 86. For a combined total of 154. Cody, please send me a message on Facebook, and we will get that Ginger Snap disc sent out to you. Again, awesome. Thanks to Juan. So we really appreciate it, Juan. I believe he won a giveaway. He won. Huh? You would. He won a giveaway, and then, like I said, turned around and said, hey, I'd like to also offer a giveaway. So
awesome.
At this rate, we could just be cycling through giveaways forever, and we don't have to give anything.
It'd be a 4-hour show with nothing but giveaways.
So, They were the Destroyer, Leopard 3, and the Thunderbird. Not for the Ginger Snap. I would assume the guy that... Now, those were other Christmas discs, possibly. I think those were what you're talking about. But for the Ginger Snap design, that was the disc that he had said. So...
Yeah.
Okay. And if anyone would know, I would think it would be the designer.
We're gonna go.
I'm gonna take his.
We're gonna go with Juan. Well, the fact that Juan had the answer and somebody else was able to put up the right answer, it's not like those were 3 random discs that someone just threw out at us. So. Yes.
So there you go. Thank you guys for partaking. Show was great before giveaways. Yeah, the giveaways, we just got to get smoother at them or something, and remember to do them all.
Yeah.
But I guess there could be bigger problems.
Yeah, there's definitely bigger problems to have than giving stuff away.
Yes, for sure. We see Kevin McCoy was out on the board. Kevin, I don't know if you had any insight to chime in from tonight's show. Hopefully you learned something new or exciting as you were taking it all in. Obviously being a longtime veteran of the game and being a teammate to one Mr. McBeth. And
Tyler meant the past shows were great before giveaways. I think they were, and now I think they're better.
Oh, yes.
I mean, here's what's great about the giveaways for us. That if we get a reputation of having giveaways, we're going to have more live viewers. We're going to be able to expose more people to the sport.
Oh, yeah.
So that's kind of how that works.
Hashtag grow the sport?
Yeah.
Sure.
Hashtag grow the podcast.
That's a good idea. He handed me... Okay. All right. You guys... thanks, Kevin. We appreciate it, pal. Kevin is officially on board, so we appreciate that.
Awesome.
There's a couple memes going around back and forth as to...
So did we... how did we do with the Paul McBeth interview? Was everybody pretty much happy with most of the answers? Was... Seti tends to ask Seti that we never ask his questions. I didn't see any tonight from Seti, so...
I wasn't paying too much attention, I'll admit. I didn't pay as much attention.
Well, you had 9 pages of questions.
Yeah.
And I know you didn't answer them all, but... You didn't ask them all, but...
No, but we
got through.
And like I said, sometimes it's great when we can ask one question that kind of encompasses...
Sure.
Somewhere within there was 3 or 4 answers. And so that worked out really well. We need a new number.
Nick Haynes says, "What's with the hair?" Go back and watch the interview. Almost every question was out there. Patrick Abel says, "At least we didn't have a Steve Harvey situation with the giveaways."
No, we kind of did.
Just a little bit. I had the right answer, then I scrolled back and I was like, I counted them, and I was like, wait, maybe it's this one, and then I had to go back. But yeah, well, I didn't crown anybody, thankfully.
Well, let me say this. I mentioned this in my mini blog yesterday. I'm not at the Miss Universe level. I'm not the actor, comedian, whatever, entertainer that Steve Harvey is. A little piece of me, and I'm sure a lot of people around the world felt bad for him. But a little piece of me, gets it.
You say the wrong thing on the air. Yeah.
And again, as I said, I've never had anything of that magnitude. I probably never will.
No.
I don't think.
Not that it would, but something like that could start a war.
Yeah. So, yeah, I felt bad for him. It was clearly a inadvertent error and a mess up, and then, and we're in such a society. Of course, he makes this mistake. And yeah,
he's got to come back. That is the most awkward part. More or less tail between your legs, saying, "Yeah, those great 2 minutes you just had, Miss Columbia. You'll always have those 2 minutes."
Yeah. It was obviously it was awkward for everyone, and I feel bad for him. And I don't care what anyone says. The way he stepped in and as they say, he stepped up, he owned it, he apologized. He didn't even try to excuse it. I mean, when you look at the card blatantly and you look at it, I can understand how he did it. He just messed up, and it's just too bad we're in such a society where you're just completely, burned at the stake for
as Rad Jackson says, before the internet, it would not have been as bad. But you're right. Any but I mean, that's just the time that we're in, is everything is amplified because every little mistake can be watched 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, 100 million times. I mean, I guarantee you there was 10,000 Steve Harvey memes out there, and that clip on YouTube has probably already been watched 10 million times.
Yeah.
So,
and people are saying they understand his side, the tiny fonts and the way it was placed. It was awkward. I looked at the card.
Yep.
There was, of course, it ultimately got posted, and I looked at it, and then just when you say first runner up, that's terminology I never want to use. I'm fine with second and third and whatever when I reference, because I think it would be easy to at one point screw something up when you're referring to a first runner up and second runner up. It's just not nomenclature we use in disc golf.
correct.
We'd never say, oh, Sarah Holcomb was we'd maybe say first, or we'd say runner up, but I'd never say, oh, a third place, the
second runner up.
Yeah, we'd never say that.
And I'll say this, Family Feud is one of my most favorite game shows.
Oh, wow. I
I love the format of it.
I'm
I
kind
love
of off of it. Go on.
I don't watch,
before
but
I tell you how wrong you are. I'm off.
I just love, and I've loved it ever since I was a kid. The whole thought, growing up, like, oh, maybe my family can get on that. And, Double Dare as a kid, everyone wanted to be on. But, answering, they question 100 or 1,000 people, whatever they are, and they put the percentages answers up on the board.
Yeah.
I've always loved the format of the game. I don't watch it because I don't even know when it's on. It's probably on in the afternoon when I'm at work. But I just flat out love Family Feud.
I was traveling somewhere recently, semi-recently, and I was in a hotel room. At some point, flipping through the channels, it got on that channel. I was half paying attention to it, and it was Family Feud. It was like the Game Show Network or whatever.
Sure.
And apparently that's what they show.
Newer one or older one?
They're newer.
Okay, so it had Steve Harvey?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's
Definitely
a newer
had
one, yeah.
Steve Harvey.
Wasn't like a Louis Anderson or... okay.
No. R.I.P. Louis. He's dead, right?
I think so.
I think he passed away. So I semi-passively watched 3-4 episodes. They had them all lined up, obviously. Just kept going and going. And I, at one point, I changed from passive to active in terms of watching it. I was like, okay, it caught my attention. And some of the, first of all, the strategy is ridiculous. When there's 9 things on the board, don't ever take it. Do not ever take it. When there's 6 or 7 or 9 answers on the board, your family should just never take it. I don't care if you got the number 1. In fact, that's even a better reason not to take it. So first of all, there's a little strategy there. Oh, just they never got it. You never ever get it. You never get all 7, 8, or 9.
No, but
it never ever happened in
but if
all
you
of
can
those
get
episodes.
3/4 of them, the other 3 are clearly more difficult and harder for the other team to get. So I understand. It's a fine strategy. You're right, though. You probably shouldn't, but still, that's...
Anyway, then I'm sitting and watching...
Someone's saying Louis Anderson is still alive.
Sorry. All right, well, he's R.I.P. from that show. So my other thought was, I was in disbelief. Some of the questions, of course, I don't remember any off the top of my head now. This was a month ago or 2 months ago. But some of the questions, and then I'm blurting out answers.
Yeah.
They're good answers. I'm not
and they're not up there?
And they're not even on the board. That blew...
Are you sure you're giving right answers?
That blew... I was going to say that blows, and then whatever. That blew my mind when some answers weren't even on that board. And then I think, what idiots are they polling? Then that becomes my next question.
Yeah, your average American or something. I don't know. And my other favorite thing is about the game show. I love the format of it, and then I love the final...
Yeah.
That's
because
it's a speed round, and these people panic. Like, name an animal that's green. A tree. And you're like, what the... But and it's clearly you're not there. You don't know what it's like to be under that pressure situation. It's things like that I love it. I just flat out love it. And everyone enjoys the silly, answers that people give. Whether the perverted answer or just the humorous one and things like that. Those are fine. But I really truly love the game show. I love it more than Price is Right. I love it more than some of the other game shows I grew up watching. I don't know.
Fair enough. Well, out of 100 people polled, who said Steve Harvey will be back next year for Ms. Universe?
I don't know. Maybe if it's getting a ton of buzz, there's no bad press. It's not like anything truly awful happened.
Correct.
You know,
Correct.
nobody, it's not like. And then again, in Colombia, if you're a soccer player and you accidentally kick the ball into the wrong goal, they will murder you. So Steve Harvey just needs to stay out of Colombia, and he'll be fine. Maybe that was Brazil. Either way, South American country, they take their soccer real serious.
I do. Louis Anderson, I apologize if you're listening to the show. You are 62. Glad to have you still with us. I don't know who I'm confusing him with, but I thought that maybe he had passed along. But he's still around. All right. She is suing Steve Harvey. I don't know if that's true. But, sadly enough, in this day and age, she could probably sue under some emotional distress.
Oh, sure.
Or some traumatic experience or negligence, maybe, or something.
Oh, he
like
just
that.
signed a huge contract with Miss America, so he won.
Was it signed before or after?
Probably before.
Okay.
Louis Armstrong, yes, the great trumpet player.
Louis Anderson is hosting the Miss Universe in 2016. They get their answers from a firm that randomly dials people and asks questions for the answer. Well, thank you for the research.
No, so think about this. Do you think they throw out answers? Like if someone were to call you and you were just a total jerk, like
I can be.
Yeah, like they're answering like name an animal with legs, and you go snake.
Yeah.
You're like, and they're like, really, worm. Things like that. You think they just throw those out? They've got to get them.
I don't know.
Because someone like you would do that.
Yeah, I'd be a total jerk.
Yeah, or string them along for like an hour before you answer a question.
That's one of my favorite things to do.
I know it is. I know. I've done it before, and
I do not suggest
telecom people, communicating telemarketers
calling me, because that usually doesn't end well. She looked so embarrassed, and
he didn't even apologize to her.
I'll say that. I'm sure, obviously, he did social media wise. He could have off stage immediately. You're right. I was surprised that wasn't uttered directly to her
in front of everybody, but at that time, there's probably a million things going through your head. An apology might not be one of them, unfortunately.
What I want to know is, what was that conversation when he was off camera, when he was off stage? He announced it.
So he walked back, and then think about this. Yeah, I'd love to know that story. Like he walks off stage like, "Hey guys, I just did, whatever," and then he looks at it, or someone comes up to him and grabs him and says, "You gave the wrong answer," and he looks at it, and then do you think he just panics? He's just got to go change his pants real quick.
Somebody pushes him out there.
Yeah, like get it right, buddy.
Yeah.
I'd love to know that story.
I would be very interested to hear that. People talk about he did apologize off stage. There was a video of it. Yeah, I'd be very curious to know I want to know how the discovery was made, because somebody at some point put that sticker onto there.
Mm-hmm.
One person on the planet knew for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, if not more. So that's what I would like to know.
The director was hollering in his earpiece. Oh. Trust me, I know what that's like, yelling at somebody on their phone and having them not answer you.
And again, that goes to being live and
being in the moment and focusing. I totally understand. Like when I'm yelling, for instance, I specifically remember at Ledgestone when something went down, one of our equipment went down and needed to be a reboot, and our other cameraman is like on the move when this happened. So I'm screaming at Terry like, reboot, and I'm getting no response. And that could be because Terry briefly took his earpiece out to talk to somebody or something. And I understand what it's like to yell and not get a response, either because Terry's in it or
I'm ignoring him.
Or he ignored me. That's fine.
I heard him loud and clear. We're down. I don't care. We're just gonna keep going.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going.
This is why we need. I think awesome how he manned up. I completely agree. He seemed to have walked right out there and went right to it. I can't hear you guys.
Oh, Nathan Lee having some nasty weather down under.
I'm sure Terry blows through those stop signs from time to time.
Yeah, sometimes. Usually, I'll say this: he's usually very good about responding to me, and I think we've built up over the past 2 years a really good method and rapport. I mean, we've known each other for like 20 plus years, but in general, on the conference calls that we have during the live broadcasts, I think our communication is very good, and it's very rarely. It's usually once every 2 or 3 shows or 2 or 3 events that I get like I drop some 4-letter words here off camera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I can understand that.
So
she was watching with some friends. They all went nuts over it. Bean
because his wife is Filipina, and they were watching it with some friends. So yeah, that would be you just like I said, you excited an entire nation and then let them down, and then was like, yay.
Yeah, very, very awkward. Shout out to our friend Brett Comensoli,
selling some dishes,
working on getting healthier. Shout out to you.
Yep.
Here's my announcement. That's not really my announcement, but I just saw it on the Facebooks minutes ago.
Yeah, you were about to break something.
Yeah, congratulations to our amazing friend of the show and huge, huge supporter in Miles Parkhill. Looks as if his lady friend is going to become more than just his lady friend.
Wow.
Miles has, I'm going to assume he proposed to her, but it could be the other way around.
Yep.
But nonetheless, we saw an announcement this evening that Miles is now engaged to Courtney, his girlfriend. And huge shout out, buddy. Congrats to you guys. And maybe it happened a few days ago. Maybe it didn't. And you're just now making it Facebook official. But whatever.
Way to put a ring on it.
That a boy. So congrats to our friend Miles over at Paragon Disc Golf, MilesT-shirts.com, all of those. Congratulations, buddy. Super happy for you.
Yep.
Awesome. Very, very awesome. All right. How is this the first time I've watched these podcasts, Travis? I don't know, bro.
Yeah. And this is
we're 67 episodes in, over a year and a month in, and you're just joining us?
Now, I don't know if you've been
where the F you been, man?
I don't know if you've been a podcast listener and this is the first time you've joined live, but either way, welcome to the fold. We hope we keep you warm here.
Yes. So we're here taking it all in. This very well, like we said, maybe the last podcast of the year. We're undecided for next week. We're going to have a conversation about potential people that could join us, if that makes sense, who they'll be and what to talk about. I almost hate to ask, but do you guys have input as to being here next week? Be curious to know, or if people are busy or may not, have the time to tune in live.
Yeah, my plan is to be gone next weekend up until probably Monday. I'll come back Monday night. And my thought was that there's going to be virtually nothing happening over Christmas. But, if we could maybe we'll get Santa Claus on. He'll be done by then.
Ho, ho, ho. I got a picture from our friend Nathan over in Australia, and it's raining there.
Yeah.
It doesn't look fun. It's raining here in Wisconsin, and should be snowing.
And I'm sorry, Nate, I didn't get a chance to ask Paul about I think you said the chicken that was named McBeast. So I love that he names all his animals after golfers.
Yeah.
Just gives me a smile.
Yes, and Nathan, I officially added you as a friend today, or confirmed our friendship, my friend. Sorry.
I got that a while ago.
Sometimes it's not easy for me to be able to work that in. So.
Oh, Seti, we don't hate you.
What is this?
Seti says, welcome to he's been here the entire time, and we still hate his guts. Not true, Seti. Not true at all. Someday I'm going to see you in real life. I'm going to give you a big ol' hug.
One question that I didn't get to, I see a lot of people talking about Barsby and Iron Leaf and so on and so forth. Somebody asked if if McBeth has had an Iron Leaf moment, and I didn't read the full question. That would have been somewhere, massaging that question a little bit. Was there?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by an Iron Leaf moment.
As in, did you hit something that you didn't see there, or you don't believe it went that way, or?
I'm sure.
I mean,
when you throw that many discs, something weird is happening.
Or I was gonna say, one could say it's not really Iron Leaf in the same sense, but one could say a goofy moment. Obviously, the chair of 2014 at USDGC. There's some of those things. There's certainly a good one we could do. Interview the final round radio guys after Christmas. That's something that we could look into.
Yeah, there's, like I said, someone mentioned that
we could use a bump from them. Right?
I said it would be a podcast inception.
Yes, we could definitely
use a podcast inside of a podcast inside of a podcast. Maybe we'll bring on the Disc Golf Show and the Answer Man.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's maybe not a bad idea.
No.
Let's get us all on next Tuesday.
Just a big round table.
Yeah, that'd be actually kind of fun.
It would be. I'd love to do a round table show.
K2OS. I'm sorry if you sent me a friend request. There's Facebook caps you, and I apologize. It's something. I have something like 1,300 friend requests, and I have 1 spot or 2 spots right now, so I can't necessarily accept. I've clearly just accepted everyone that friended me, and then once you get to 5,000, it shuts you down and it doesn't allow it anymore. So I have to wait for people to get rid of me or not like me or prove they had fake accounts. So that's why I can't approve everyone.
Least favorite disc of all time.
You would be a perfect goatee Santa next week. No offense.
A bowl full of jelly.
What are you trying to say?
I don't know what my least favorite disc of all time is. I've not thrown a lot of discs very well. By that is a rough way of saying that I've thrown a lot of discs very poorly, and when I don't throw discs well, I don't like them. So, the 2 of them that come to mind right away: the Epic, never really loved it.
Okay.
And the old turbo putter with that looked like a gear. I don't know. Never. Although that was a fun roller.
Yeah.
So.
GBO have all podcasts in one. Got the name right. Convert to a page. I do have a page. K2OS.
Yeah. Grant is saying at the GBO have all the podcasters in one area.
Oh, the Birdie is terrible. I disagree. I think that's a great. That was a great disc. I used to throw Birdie. Granted, that was 1998, 1997, possibly. Take the set to Times Square. I don't think we'd have any bandwidth issues or trouble finding room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we get there like 2 days early.
That's a great idea, but not going to happen.
I will say that there's the program that we use to do a lot of broadcasting is called Wirecast. They just released a new app for the iPhone, which is called Wirecast Go, which lets me do a lot of similar things that I can do with Wirecast right from my phone. So you can do instant replay, you can do picture-in-picture, you can do, but obviously it's just through your phone lens, so I can't like run the show from my phone, although that would be pretty wicked. But I could do like a single camera coverage of something.
I will give a shout out.
Wow,
Matt, our pal Matt Siri, big supporter and referenced more than once tonight. Matt Siri is hosting the Battle at the Bond. That's taking place on Saturday. So, Matt, best of luck to you. Maybe we can get some updates if we do end up going live next week. And as Paul had mentioned, Matt has his hands on the Commander. So if you want to reach out to Matt, get your hands on some of those. He is, I believe, the only ones in the country. So please feel free to reach out to him. Well, except for the one Paul has, apparently. But feel free to reach out to him. That helps support the big event that he's going to be running next year, the Nick Hyde Memorial. And Paul will be at the Nick Hyde, so that works out well for everyone.
Matthew Parkinson says, Tara, are you ever going to come to Florida? You were just in Florida earlier this year. Right?
I was in Florida. No, I was in
January.
In January. And Matthew, I would love to come to Florida. Do you have something to get me there? I am coming in March. I'll be there for the Throw Down the Mountain. I'm working with Mike Barnett, great guy, and tournament director over there. So I'll be there in March. I wish you would have kept it in January because I'd rather go to Florida in January than in March.
Yeah, and March. Yeah,
he had to push it back to March to create more because there's more daylight, and so that he could get more players in and so on and so forth. So I have worked with Michael Barnett of Sun King, and I plan to be back there. But if you have something else special that you or your club or somebody needs some tournament coverage, certainly reach out to me because if we can find a way to get me there, I'd be interested.
K20S, or maybe it's K2OS. It's hard to see from here. Says that you should turn your Facebook page into just a page.
The page can't have friends. I don't have any friends.
No.
I'll have to look at it. Send me another message. Send me an actual private message, and we can talk about that a little more.
And what was your first disc? Yours was a Condor?
No. Mine was a Lynx.
Lynx. That's what it was, yeah.
Very similar to a Condor.
Mine was a Typhoon. Not the best disc for a beginner, but what was available at Played Again Sports at the time. Or not Played Again, EJ Sports.
Okay.
Excuse me. I know, I keep yawning. And
I know. Now you got me going. T-Bird, Kevin James says, Matt Siri says that he can't post links. You're right, you cannot, but you can check out heiserbomb.com. Click on the store and on the Nick Hyde Memorial Pro Shop, and then there are links out there. Gregoire says that he has a 92 links from the 92 Amworld doubles.
Wow.
That's an interesting disc. Or interesting that you'd have that one from the 92. You can have a fan page.
Yeah, you can kind of see some of our viewers on their ages or when they started playing, at least, by some of their first discs. Leopards, Sharks, DX Wraiths. Cyclones, yeah.
Someone promised a DX Wraith would be a great beginner disc. Not for a very first-time player, for sure not.
Yeah, they lied and lied and lied.
Joe's first disc was a Rock 3, so, Joe, that certainly indicates that you've only been around for a couple years, but... We know that you're a big supporter, and we appreciate it. You have no disc worth that much. I did post a couple discs, some old school. I think I took pictures of them here.
Kevin McCoy says his first disc was Genesis Invisible Touch.
Heyo. Good call, though. Big fan.
There's a couple other answers out here. Birdie's, Velx, Discraft Express.
Yep. Okay, I remember that.
Yep.
A King, which is relatively recent in the last few years. A Fly Die Z Wildcat, Kyle Dolzer says.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Kyle.
Yeah.
I don't know why you don't have it on your profile that it was your birthday yesterday. I didn't know. I had to do some digging.
Find out who his real friends are.
I guess.
Nobody can steal his identity if they don't know his birth date.
Anyway, happy birthday, Kyle. Pre-Larry McBeth Destroyer. Wow, some of these. It's a great question to ask to see, like you said. Just,
it really dates people.
It certainly does. When you're telling us about that McBeth Destroyers. Josh, I don't think we've ever met. I saw you've been out playing golf, and I see you make some posts in the area. I don't believe that we've ever met, but I see you out playing golf all the time. Yeah, and Valley View is where it's at.
I want to know. Going back to our interview with Paul, I want to know what his advice. I'd love to be a fly on the wall. His advice to little AB was about girls.
Yes.
Just be a world champ. It helps out.
Doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Scott Linthicum.
And then AB's like, already am.
Scott Linthicum, real quick. I wanted to say happy birthday. You said, oh crap, it's your birthday, so it must be after midnight. Happy birthday to you, buddy. We appreciate you being a Smashbox supporter, one of our smashies. Man, it's so nice not having Dana bothering us on our show. No, I'm just kidding.
We miss Dana. Someone, I think it was Dan, was asking where Dana was. Did you mention where Dana was this week?
I did not to the. I did not to the world. Wow, Michael Cousins chiming in, saying that a 40 mold Midnight Flyer was his first disc.
And yes, he is old.
Yes, and at the time. I don't know if metal baskets had been invented. No, I'm just kidding. Michael, owner of Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch. I've seen you at the USDGC, Terry. Never had a chance to speak with you. Hey, Ronald. What I will say, Dana could not be with us tonight. He had some nieces and nephews and other family visiting, so it was just a little chaotic for him to join us on the show.
What better way to introduce them to us? Then, hi, this is my family, and these are my friends.
Okay. Dana holding back. I don't know if Dana's got anything to hold back on us.
No, he said he's holding us back.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Clearly. No, we love Dana.
First disc on top of a school, no name, no number. Discraft Nuke first run.
Cool.
Baskets were wooden Mach 1s. Damn, Kev. Anybody else have anything Christmas related? You're going to see a mini vlog of some sorts tomorrow.
What are you hoping to get for Christmas?
I just want good health and friends and
Shut
family. Honestly, I told my father this. My father's asked about Christmas gifts, and I say more so now than ever. I always say, the things I want now are expensive electronics that are related to my business. And those aren't really, I mean, those could be good Christmas gifts, but
a $5,000 tear deck would be a great Christmas gift.
So, you can get little things like little tripods and little odds and ends accessories. I can't tell you how many SD cards and rechargeable batteries I've asked for throughout the years. Like, how unexciting to ask for an SD card.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are some of the things that I've needed in the past. So I don't really have anything on a list.
No, I was gonna say nor do I. I think usually I get asked for like a shirt, something like a T-shirt or a button-up, something like that, something that will mess with the viewers when I do this. Other than that, I didn't really have any Christmas gifts. Now at this point, I just say, you know what, we're getting to the point now with my family and my in-laws that we're stopped. Like we used to buy presents for all of the like brothers and sisters and stuff. Like, oh, this is our present to this brother, our present to this brother. No more. Now that we all have kids, it's just get gifts for your kids and don't get anything for me. Yeah. I don't need the shirt that you're going to buy that's going to be one size too big or one size too small. I appreciate it, but let's just go for the kids. It's easier that way. So
yeah, I don't. Yeah, the things I need are, like I said, business related. Oh, I'd love a portable hard drive. You know,
yeah. Ooh.
I'd love a solid state drive to replace in my laptop, but yeah.
Someone asked the question, what time do we usually wind down after the podcast? Like when we shut down. For me, I shut down the computer stuff. I do the podcast. I get that out. Usually when Terry and I are sitting here chatting, I walk Terry out of my house. I literally turn around, go to the bathroom, brush my teeth, walk upstairs, and go to bed. And I'm pretty good. I fall asleep pretty quickly. Usually about a half hour after we're off the air, I'm in bed.
And more often than not, I have a full 30-minute ride home, which always sucks because for the last year, there's been a tremendous amount of construction on the interstates that are between my house and his house that I have to take, or I can just plan on taking much longer. And it sucks. So it's a full 30 minutes home. I usually then get home, open up the laptop, and do a few more things, and then maybe get to bed by 3 or 4. I'm kind of a late night kind of guy. So that's usually the format. A few weeks ago, talked to my pal Guy on the way home, had a drive home with him. Sometimes I talk to our cameraman in
Joe Height
and have a good conversation with him on my way home because he's on the West Coast.
Maybe a random pro.
Sometimes, yeah. I've had long conversations, I think, with Madison on the way home. I've had a conversation or two with Paige. I've had some random conversations, on my drive home, which is a full 30 minutes. So, believe it or not, that's another good time. Sometimes I talk to one of our buddies, local buddies, depending on the time.
Sure.
Because he works till 1 or midnight or so.
Did you do any Disc Golf Secret Santas this year? I know you have in the past.
I have in the past.
Not ever either.
No, I did not partake in any of those. I'm having enough challenge getting all these giveaways and all these other things mailed out. I did, Scott. I think I saw you reference a towel and a AVR. So I'm guessing that you got them or you're still waiting. But I think I sent them out a few days ago, so you should have that. But otherwise, no. Haven't been sending out didn't do any of the random giveaways or Secret Santas. I've got a lot of stuff, so I probably should. AVR.
Balix222, we appreciate you tuning in. I don't know if I've seen your name on the chat board before, but thanks for tuning in tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate everyone tuning in.
Wow, your Reddit Secret Santa got you a Bluetooth speaker? That's awesome. That's good. Yeah, Reddit usually now has the biggest Secret Santa in the world, I believe, is what their Guinness book or whatever.
Yeah, how do they confirm that?
Well, everybody, I guess you go into a specific thread, is my guess, and you get assigned whatever. So it's very cool.
All right. Let's see what else we have on there. And a USB powered plasma ball.
I don't know, but I'm gonna get me a BB-8 little Sphero.
Oh yeah.
Controlled my phone.
What do those do?
They just run around like a little cool little toy.
Okay. So they serve no real
purpose. I don't actually have one. I don't plan on getting one. I should have asked for one, but they're a little harder to come by, and I wouldn't want to make someone spend that kind of money on me.
What do those go for?
I think they go for like $100.
Okay. I do not have any New Year's resolutions, as Paul had kind of referenced on the show earlier. I am taking a little bit more diligent effort into not drinking and consuming Mountain Dew, and getting a little healthier and losing some weight. And obviously that can be a year-round ordeal, but being home during the quote-unquote off season is the best chance I have at actually making that happen. So That's something I'm just constantly working on. I've been losing that battle for 36 years, though, so 37-ish years. So, yes, I'm off the deal.
Will anyone beat McBeth this year? Asks Ben. Yeah, I don't think he's going to win every event he plays. He'll have an off week or two. I mean, if he said he's going to play, 17 events?
Yeah, 15, 16, 20 events.
Something like that. I mean, he's probably, if you go according to history, he's going to win at least 3/4 of them. Just depends which, can you catch him on a slightly off week, or can you have the hottest week of your life?
Yeah. And that's what's crazy about some of his stats and figures, too. And we didn't really obviously talk about it, but, he's took in 70,000, 71, 72,000, whatever it was this year in PDGA earnings. He didn't play that many events.
No.
Think if he had the schedule we've seen out of
like a Uli,
or a Bradley Williams a few years ago, or someone. If he had the schedule and wanted to play an extra 5, 10, 15 events.
Yeah. If he put up just 15 more events, that's another $15,000 on average. I mean, depending on what events you play,
maybe,
give or take. If it's a B tier where you win $750, or if it's an A tier where you're winning $1,500 or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something that's kind of funny if you think about it. Will the GBO winner determine Worlds? That's a good question.
I don't think so. I bet you see 2 different winners.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I say that now, and if Paul wins GBO, I'm gonna come back with a different answer. But I don't think necessarily they're tied together. Like if you see Doss win GBO, he's still not gonna be my pick for Worlds.
Sure. Nate Doss, Kansas gonna make a comeback this year. I don't know if Doss has a comeback to make. It's just a matter of, will he have a little bit stronger year? But we've talked about it before. It's just getting harder and harder to win, especially when you're playing in all the biggest events. Kyle says you guys should start closing the show after the after show with some 90s rap. Kyle, shouldn't you be in bed?
Yeah.
Some 90s rap. Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad idea.
One of the podcasts I listen to, what they do every once in a while, is they break down an old 80s or 90s video. So they'll sit and play it, and then they'll stop and comment on it, like, "Oh my God,"
the wording,
or look at the hairstyle or the
Sure.
clothing or things like. It's pretty funny.
So I'll give you guys a little spoiler, a little tease. Actually, I think my mini vlog question of the day tomorrow is going to be, and I don't usually try and plan them out too far in advance, and I would have used it today had we not had Paul announcements. I want to know what, and we just talked about it, what disc golf related thing you want for Christmas.
Ooh.
And don't say something dumb like, I want to be Paul McBeth at the Memorial. If you're rated 860.
What if I say I want my Fossa bag back?
You're rated 860. You're not beating Paul McBeth at the Memorial, for instance. So that'll be.
Might be able to beat him on one hole.
Maybe. So that will be the question tomorrow. I was already thinking was that I'd like to know what your Christmas wish would be if you could have a disc golf Christmas wish. The GBO courses, hopefully Simon. Yep. Name of the podcast. Somebody want to know, Johnny?
Joe. They do that usually on their after show for the Night Attack podcast, which is going on at this very moment. Actually, it's probably over by now, but
yeah.
So, yeah, Night Attack. Usually they put out like an after show if you're a Patreon member like I am, or if you watch it live, you can kind of sit and do it. It's a comedy podcast where they usually talk schmack.
Discator, Grant, I can help you with that. I still have a few of those in stock. Trivia, what is the only tournament besides Worlds that Paul has never won prior to 2012 but has not lost since? Answer, GBO. That is the answer that you should be looking for.
What? Wait, what?
What is the tournament besides Worlds that Paul had never won prior to 2012 but has not lost? Oh, no. Sorry. No, not since 2012. I'm sorry. 2012.
Yeah, because it's not the Wintertime Open.
No, because he's been longer than that.
Yep.
Paul never won prior to 2012.
12, 13, 14 worlds.
Yes, that's technically a true answer. That is correct. He had never won prior. Yes, so
Okay.
Balix says my gut thinks Ricky's gonna steal the show for a few majors next year. He has to have fire in him with ESP. With Paul being so open about his struggles.
Maybe. I mean, Paul calls it as he sees it, and he's had, I won't call it the luck by any means. He's been fortunate enough to take advantage of Ricky's mistakes when it comes down to the end, when they get close, and whether that's a Ricky nerves thing or just a series of bad luck, I don't know. But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, no, of course. I think I said this last year. It wouldn't surprise me to see Ricky win a bunch of NTs and a major. Like it wouldn't.
No, of course not. I don't.
Yeah.
I think that's fair enough. Masters Cup was the answer. That's a solid answer.
That is an
answer. And I think he said besides Worlds in the.
Oh, he might have. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. He did. Have you guys ever had Felberg on the show? I haven't seen much of him over the off season. I'll say this: I've reached out and had conversations with a representative over at Latitude. I would be very interested in covering the Maricopa Open, which Dave Felberg is on the ticket for as the tournament director. And so if that ends up being a thing, I would very much assume we'd have Felberg or some representative on here to talk about the event. So I'd like to make it happen.
Okay.
So send me to Arizona, January 16th and 17th, Latitude or someone else. I would love to go out and cover that event. And then I'll have plenty on with Dave Felberg. One other thing I'd like to have on, one other person, is in talking to Ricky this weekend, he said that his experience for being at I believe the Cobblestone Golf Course or whatever it's called, regarding the American Disc Golf Tour, he had some insight, and he said he'd be more than willing to come on the show and to talk about what he saw and what he experienced.
Okay.
I don't know if I'd go as far as calling him an official, of course, an official American Disc Golf Tour rep, but he certainly had more information than most.
Okay.
And it'd be great to have him on here and talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, I listened to that whole interview with Billy, and he talked all about how he's been reaching out to a lot of the pros to get them to try to show up and come. So I'll be curious to see what kind of result he gets from that. And I mean, obviously, as we've said before, we want the event to go off without a hitch. We want it to be awesome because it can only help us. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things going on, and we'll see what happens.
DG Beat says he missed us. He hasn't watched in a couple months. Where the F you been, man? We've been here getting it done.
Somebody had to ask if McBeth has ever had to have a real, in quotes, job. I'm going to go with not like a full-time job. I mean, he's probably worked places in the summer in high school.
Possibly.
But he was so into baseball, so maybe not. I mean, he's always been an athlete.
Yeah, so and clearly he takes disc golf certainly more serious than most people take their their corporate or 9-to-5 jobs. So it's real, obviously, in that sense. But has he had to punch a clock somewhere? Not that we know of, but that if he did, it was probably when he was like 15 or 16, because he was already playing disc golf by the age of 16.
Yeah.
And even a little earlier. So I'm not sure that he has ever, so to speak, punched a clock. Little known fact, I believe Avery Jenkins has never punched a clock.
That is a true statement.
We talk about that here?
Yeah, we talked about it here last week. We were ribbing him.
Yeah. So another person out there, and bless you if you haven't had to for one reason or another.
Yeah. That's fantastic. With, like you said, with the way Paul treats disc golf, it's virtually a job for him. And it's the hours he puts in and the dedication he has. He's lifting the sport.
Rox Earl would be a great interview. Rock's an amazing guy. Trouble on two legs, as we like to say. Paul went to school for architecture. I'm not sure if you're talking about Paul McBeth. I don't.
Or Uli, maybe.
I'm confused with that. He was Paul Beth and then got a job at McDonald's. Rest is history.
That's great, Nathan.
Might see New Year's resolution segment next week. Goals for Smashbox. Not so much resolution, but goals for Smashbox. That's could be a solid question.
What goals do we have for Smashbox for 2016?
Not F up like Steve Harvey.
Yeah, let's not Harvey it up. We want to do
as many good events as we can.
As many broadcasts as we can. We want to keep the weekly show going as much as humanly possible. I don't foresee us any reason slowing this down. Newsflash, we're not quitting.
Not yet.
Not till that big sponsor comes in and then gives us a lot of money.
And buys us out.
Yeah, buys us out. Anyway.
Replaces you.
Oh, sweet. For the right amount of money, I'm replaceable. No, I'd like to get 10 events under our belt this year. I don't know if we're going to hit that or not, but I would love to see us get to 10 events. I'd like to see us get multiple card coverage for an event or two this year. That would be kind of cool. So covering the first and second card, whether it's with or without commentary. I'd like to see... I don't know. I'd like to see our graphics improve.
Yep.
Work with maybe somebody that's good with broadcast graphics, something lower thirds. I'd like to see some more cool, we call them assets, basically, things to play during downtime, not just your typical commercials. I'd like to see some cool graphics, maybe some stats. I have this picture in my head, and it's more or less, it would have to be something done in After Effects, but kind of like maybe a picture. We'll just say Paul because he was on the show, and more or less just pointing out the different things, like Paul 5'10" or whatever he is, 155 pounds, throws righty, average distance, we'll just say 450 feet, putts everything inside of 100 feet for the love of God. And just kind of break it down like that. It's some cool graphics, but not just for Paul, for a bunch of golfers. Get those all in the can ahead of time. So just different cool animations and graphics, I think. And
one thing, here's an idea, since we're brainstorming on the spot. I would love to see us flash up a trivia question and then have them go out and answer it through one of like the Bitly, bit whatever.
Yeah.
Go to a site and answer it there, and then it could officially get logged in, have some kind of timestamp on it.
Yeah.
And then do some trivia that way. I think that'd be a great idea.
Like on the air?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fine if we had some giveaways.
As we're walking from hole 3 to 4, I'm going to say, all right, here's our front 9 trivia question of the day.
Sure.
Or our front 9, our front 9 trivia question. And you put it up on the screen. It's up there for a certain amount of time. And then we move on. And then, at some point later in the show, you or someone else takes a look at who answered it correctly. You feed it to me, and then we put it out there.
That'd be a good idea. We could easily do that.
We've never done that, because that would be a great graphic. Throw that up, or we could even have one of our superstars do it. Have Paul, hey guys, it's Paul. This is your trivia question of the day. Blah blah blah.
Sure.
How many wins do I have this week?
Or this week?
No. So hey, remind us, guys. That's a great idea. When we talk about assets and things that get played, there's no shortage of ideas for those. It's just a shortage of making those happen. So someone had just said highlight reels during downtimes, commercials, insider pieces. Those are all 100% on the table, plausible, likely, great ideas, and we would do them in a heartbeat. It comes just down to manpower, staffing, and money. I mean, that's what holds us back. It's not from not wanting to do those things, but that's what holds us back from doing them. It can be time. It can be, it's usually time and resources to make them happen, to get to town, to shoot pieces.
And a little talent.
And talent. There's certainly a talent challenge there. So that's what some of that is in reference to. Someone said more women coverage. We're going to continue to cover women as much as we can. That's always a crutch, or I don't know if crutch is the right word. That's always a double-edged sword, because as much as we love covering the women and we love doing it, the overwhelming response, fair or not, the overwhelming response is people would rather see the men cards. That's just a fact. Yeah. Of what we've seen and experienced. And this dates all the way back to my very first day at Disc Golf Planet, volunteering my efforts and time over there, that the majority of our viewers bark very loudly and bang very loudly about they want to watch men's coverage.
Yeah, if you look at the numbers, you can clearly see, and it's unfortunate that the numbers drop significantly, usually on days 2 or 3 when we show the women. And it's not going to preclude us from showing the women. We're still going to do it, just because. But you do hear, trust me, I get the feedback. Terry gets the feedback. You know, why are you showing the women when the men are out playing? And for us, and sometimes we can do both. Show the women in the morning, men in the afternoon, but a lot of times we can't. It's just not an option. So Ronald Harkey says he'd like to see a graphic of the disc that they are throwing on the hole. That would be awesome and almost impossible. Terry, I would have to have a graphic of more or less every disc that these players have in their bag, at least a picture of, like,
let's just say
a Thunderbird or a PA4 or something like that. I'd have to have them all laid out, and then I would have to hear or know what they're going to throw, which I usually don't because I'm back here. Terry would have to relay that, and then I would have to throw it up very quickly, get it down. With another person back here with me, it could be possible if we had someone feeding us information, but we're just not there yet. There is a program that I want to look at getting called Pro Titler 2. Yeah, I think it's the second version. And basically it's got built-in animated lower thirds and graphics like that, you know, but it's I watched a demo of it the other day, and it ties right into Wirecast. And it's so you can quickly update lower thirds. Like normally what I do is I have a graphic for every player that's on the card, or for the weekend, not every player on the weekend, but every player that's probably going to make the lead card on the weekend. You look at it and you say, okay, these are the 12 that we're probably going to make. You know, if someone comes in the night before, I'll throw them together. But this would help eliminate that, because we'd make a base graphic, and then this program would be it's very similar to what they use in real big production environments. It's like a $300 or $400 program, but it's just something I haven't. I'm going to download a trial sometime in the next couple months and play with it. So one of those wish list things.
Some of the other comments that we have seen is that we need Zoe and Paige hosting women's Smashbox. I'd be all about that. I think that'd be awesome. I think it'd also be fun to kind of hand off the headset and or microphone and hand it off to someone and have them give their go at it and their take and their spin on it. I wouldn't be opposed to doing something of that nature. Again, it would just come down to the matter of the right situation to somehow find a way to make that all happen. Scott says, if you only show women, I can see that. How much would people enjoy coverage of the men's lead card and the women's lead cards instead of the top 2 men's cards? Scott, I don't know what's going to come in on the board. I kind of have an idea that everyone's going to say, I'd love to see one of each. The reality is that's not true, because everyone's going to, not everyone, the majority of people are going to say, yeah, but, you know, Simon Lizott's on the second card, or McBeth's on the second card, or Avery Jenkins, or whomever. You know, all these good, solid players could make a move from the second card. We want to see that happening.
Yeah.
And we want to see the lead card. And again, we have, I think, have shown time and time again, and I think all of the women will agree with this, we're all about them and promoting them and helping them and talking to them and involving them. It's just a numbers game. And I hate to even say like NBA, WNBA. It's just a numbers game, though. It's all it is.
But and frankly, to me, I guess to us, the numbers don't really matter.
They don't.
If we're at an event, if we're contracted to do Gentlemen's Club, and we talk to the TD, and the TD says, yes, I want you to cover one of the women's card, you know, on Saturday or Friday or whatever it may be, and we get 1/10 of the viewers.
Yeah.
We don't care. We're already paid for the event. People will complain, people will scream and yell, but we're there to do a job. Of course, we want to see as many viewers as humanly possible, and we hope to bring those in, but they don't get the draw. But we're not, like I said, it's not going to stop us from showing them when it's convenient and works for us and it works for the tournament.
It's also obnoxious when we get a bunch of dickbags out there too that immediately complain. Oh my God, we watching the women. That's what some of you sound like. And B, though, when people say, things like, well, if they don't throw as far, it's not as exciting or whatever. Or C, the worst of them all is when you just get downright rude and nasty then toward the women.
Yeah.
Oh, look at so and so and blah blah blah, and make a bunch of really rude, poor taste comments toward the women that are playing. I got to tell you, all of that is very old and tiring.
People like that commentary.
Sorry. I've got no better way to word it other than just being immature dickbags, and it happens every time. That's what gets me, is it's so damn predictable.
Yeah, I know. I see it. Trust me, like, you see it.
I know. I don't see it as
you don't see it as live as I do. You may see it after the fact. You can almost always guarantee, and the fact that people have made it a quote-unquote drinking game, when the women's coverage is on, someone will come on and say, where's the men's coverage? Or when are you showing the men's coverage? Even if we have the schedule a month ahead of time and say, this day is Women's Day. No men, no men, no men, no men, no men. People still come on and do it, and then everyone's like,
"I'll see you guys tomorrow." Yeah. No men today.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
And covering both cards would be great. The problem is it's hard to make a coherent storyline. Popping back and forth. We need a second commentator. Obviously, we need more equipment to cover if we're going to do two at the same time. But these are all things that we will hopefully get to. It's just a matter of getting there.
Patrick says he wants a "Don't Be a Dickbag" custom Smashbox stamp.
We can arrange that.
Yeah, we probably could. I should. Maybe I could look into some stickers of that nature.
Don't be a dickbag and then get bent. Those two.
Exactly. And Keith says he'd rather watch the women because they're closer to his skill level, and they probably look better and they're more graceful. Keith, yes, but you're in the minority, and we agree with you. We understand your logic, and we love it. It's just unfortunate you're in the minority when you say that. Most of the haters couldn't touch those ladies' scores. That's very true. I smile when Terry says that. All right. I'm surprised. I don't know how that's not being blocked, by the way, by the built-in.
Oh, no, it's not a.
Yeah, neither word, though. Even separated, it's not being blocked on our moderator.
No, I don't think it's one of the chat words that I have blocked.
Matthew, you said you love watching women. It's a totally different play style, and I think they need more athletes, and I agree. You also had said, Matthew, that the PDGA, something about PDGA giving us money. We're at the same point we were a few months ago. PDGA to date, it's not really a big secret because I think it's all out there somewhere. The PDGA to date has written us a check, has written checks totaling $3,500. In terms of support for Smashbox. That includes all of 2014. That includes all of 2015. It was somewhere in the $3,500 range. We actually legitimately need a list of every single event we've covered. I need it to look at someday. Is it 15, 20? I don't think it's 20.
I don't think we've quite hit 20.
And of course, our podcast, we're not counting that.
I can go back and we can pull up the numbers.
Yeah, we can very
on
easily
Smashbox.
look. But I know we did 4 in 5 weeks to start last year, 2014. So I know we did at least 7, 8, or 9, and then this year we probably did something similar. So we've received to date $3,500. We just haven't. The checks aren't flowing, I guess, is the best way I could word that.
Well, and the PDGA also said that they're more or less going to take it on an event-by-event basis.
Moving forward.
And
we know that, we've seen other live broadcast companies. Disc Golf Planet has received tremendous amount of funding throughout the years.
Yep. That's in the past.
We're
looking to the future.
So we're looking for sponsors. If you want us there, we need sponsors. When you said drinking game, text. I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't know if it's a drinking game now when I say the word drinking game. I don't know if we're again getting Inception style. But
you guys
good for you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. We do appreciate the kind words, and we're gonna keep doing what we're doing, and just hope that someone's gonna write us a check at some point so that we're not bankrupt. Did McBeth talk about why him and Jennifer split? There was
there was no personal life discussion.
Yeah, there was no conversation of that nature I guess. I mean, I would say there was some personal life. Someone said earlier that there were like no personal questions, and I don't think that was at all true. I just don't think there were really any asked.
Yeah.
Because Paul's usually pretty open. I'll admit I would have been somewhat of a gatekeeper if you came in with a completely outlandish dickbag question. Yeah. I would have probably filtered through it, but I didn't really see any that were really that personal to begin with. And personally, those are some of the ones I would go right for, is finding the unique yet just a unique question. And I challenge you guys, if we ask for questions, really get down to it and try and come up with something unique.
Something original.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to know what his favorite disc is. Other than you.
Well,
I mean,
or it's been said a million times, or whatever.
There's 1,000 places to find it. They all do in the bag videos. So to have someone rattle off their bag again and again and again, it interests, for me personally, it interests me so little. I so much rather, I loved the conversation about his contract hawks. Yeah. I liked that type of detail because it's things we don't always hear about. I like the conversation about his fitness routine and the specific regiment that he's getting in, and the fact that he doesn't eat chocolate chip cookies probably.
No.
I love me some chocolate chip cookies. There was a big conversation about chocolate chip cookies on the board.
Yeah. At some point, I'm wondering if we're going to hear, or if more will be released regarding his contract. He was able to share some of it, and I think we're seeing a change.
No.
I think we're seeing a change, and where I was really going with this is, I think you're going to see. I mean, he made a good point to me yesterday when we were talking about it, and I said, "Is that some of this going to be public knowledge? Is it or isn't it?" And so on and so forth. But he made a really good point. He said, NFL players, everybody knows their contract.
Yeah.
NBA, like everybody usually, and not that I'm entitled to know it. Let me be very clear. I don't think golfers are entitled or owed to know what those are. That is 100% his business. So therefore, I would never share that on his behalf. But it's interesting that so many other sports and these, professional sports figures know exactly what or generally know what's in a contract.
And part of that is that those particular professional sports players, it's advantageous for every other player to know what a player signs for. It sets a bar. It sets a basement and a ceiling.
Yeah.
When Aaron Rodgers signs for $800 million for the next 10 years or whatever it is, the next huge quarterback says, look at that guy. I want what he has, but plus some. I want 10% more.
Yeah.
So there's constantly an evolving ladder. We don't really have that in golf. So,
Matthew, you said you want to know where he would go besides Innova. I kind of sort of saw that question, and I don't want to say it's an awkward question, but there's no right answer for him to ever make. So yeah. I assumed he would gloss over it and not really answer it. That is just pretty much because he can't answer that correctly.
No, he can't say another disc manufacturer.
He can't.
Now the politically correct answer would be, if I ever left Innova, it would be for a major corporate sponsor, something like that, like a Nike, or if Nike came to him and said, "Hey, we're willing to sponsor you. Here's the money." And his eyes bugged out from the money. They said, "But you need to leave Innova." Could he, is that ever going to happen? Probably not. But, when they put a $10 million check in front of you and they say, "Hey, we need you to come on board with us, but exclusively, that's something that you work out." Maybe something like that would happen. But he's not going to leave for another disc sponsor. And even if he were, we're not going to ask him.
Well, he's not going to speculate about it.
Yeah, there's no point.
Especially as he just signed a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
That would be the last. Now, if it was the end of the contract season and nothing's happened, even there, we're so much smaller. Just like you asking your favorite NFL quarterback, "Hey, yeah. If hey Aaron Rodgers, if you weren't playing for the Packers, where would you like to go?" Like, there's no real good answer.
Nope.
There's just not something you could answer that. I think I know exactly where he would go, but I don't think he would share that ever. It wouldn't be something that would work. So I did filter that question, kind of, sort of. Somebody had also asked in a similar sense, like, what's your favorite non-Innova disc? There's no good answer for him to put there. Yeah. Of course he touches it. Of course he's thrown it. Big Germ talked about that last week. Yeah. If you take a picture of Paul McBeth signing or throwing Discraft Typhoon from 1995, he's not going to get in trouble. So,
no, we brought that up to him, that someone asked the question, and we were going to come up with a real funny answer like a Blu-ray disc or mini disc, something like that. But do you think? All right, here's a question: do you think Climo feels like he got screwed by the past in Innova? And I'm going to say no. I don't think he feels like. I think he probably looks now at what's going on in the sport and says, "Oh wow, these kids have it better than I did." Mm-hmm. But that's part of progression. I'm sure Jordan right now, Michael Jordan, or we won't even say Jordan because he's pretty. Scottie Pippen probably looks now at what some of these basketball players are making and goes, "Really? He's making $8 million a year?
Sure.
I made $8 million in 3 years or whatever it was." So I think there's probably some of that. But Innova treated Kenny very well, and Kenny was always been very happy and very outspoken about it. So, there's always the envy probably with the next generation, but that's part of evolution.
It really is. And when a buddy had recently referenced and said, could Kenny be mad? I said, is Alexander Graham Bell rolling around in his grave seeing what cell phones are doing these days, and if he should be getting some kind of kickback for it because he really invented the whole idea of a phone? Yeah. I mean, it is just that. It's the evolution of it. So
when do you think the first big, we answer this every couple of weeks, when do you think the first big sponsor is going to pop into disc golf? How many years? 10?
I would say less than that. I would say within 5. I think people doing the right things, like we see of people like Paul, just doing the right things, not just taking care of themselves, but being well-spoken, being an ambassador, being loyal, all of those things. I think those are all the steps in the right direction, and I know we have other golfers that exude a lot of those exact same qualities, and now it's just a matter of the intersection happening between the person and the right company. I think I would say within 5 years,
maybe
is what I think, and that's just a made up.
Sure. And no, we haven't actually had Kenny on the podcast ever. We're looking. We talked about it last year, and there's always with Kenny, there's a little bit of technology thing. We've talked about doing some pre-recorded stuff, like a conversation with him, but that hasn't happened. We'll get him on.
Yeah, we're for sure gonna have him.
Just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer actually that we'll have him on here. No big deal. The next sponsor is going to be Red Bull for Paul. I'm guessing that's not, and I only say that because I don't think that's as much of a concern for him and a pursuit as it possibly was in the past. Not saying it couldn't, but I don't think it's going to be. And I know he's been talking to them for a couple years now. Barry Schultz. Barry Schultz would be a great guy to have on. He's on the East Coast, which obviously all of our East Coasters are always, starting a little bit later, which isn't life and death. But I did ask Barry actually one time. I think it was shortly after he had won the U.S. Masters. Spoiler alert from September. He won the U.S. Masters, and Barry was said he was more inclined to do an interview while I was there and in person. And I don't know if just that timing overall didn't work, but it seemed as if it wasn't necessarily his cup of tea. And for those that know Barry,
technology isn't Barry's cup of tea at all. I think Kenny is adapting a little bit better.
Yeah.
Barry, he quite literally quit a fantasy football draft in the middle of the draft.
Was that bad?
When his computer crashed, and he just said, "I'm done. I don't want to be in this league anymore." He apparently quit anything computer related because his computer died. He's like, I can't have a new computer. I'm not going to play. And he just we
Barry out.
Yeah, Barry dropped the mic. He was out. And so we ended up pausing the draft for a day, had grabbed somebody else to complete his draft. So that was kind of funny.
Yeah, so.
But Barry, as long as I've known Barry, he's had computer issues.
Yes. Some talk of Disc Golf World Tour landing some decent sponsors from outside the sport. They certainly are setting themselves up well for something like that. They've got a lot of the right people and equipment and marketing and manpower. I would not be surprised to see them do that either. Did you guys think that Nike could become the leader in disc sales if they entered the market and if they cared about disc golf? I feel like they could squash most manufacturers within
3 years.
I was gonna say a year, but yeah, probably 2 to 3 years. That's what I feel like. If they did everything right. Now, if they did everything and came in half-assed, then maybe not so much. But if they came in and did things right, they hired me to be their president of Disc Sports Division. I'm not saying I would do it right, but no. But if they took it seriously and got on board and said, yes, we want to own disc golf, they could own it, I would say within 2 years easily.
Whiplash Joker asks, do you plan on doing more on-scene podcasts like you did during the GBO? The answer is yes. We don't know what events we're going to be at. I know we're going to be at probably a majority of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. So we plan on doing probably on-scene, some sort of podcast for that. And any event that we broadcast, I would like to do at least one live show on either Saturday night or a Sunday night, depending on travel schedules. So I would like to do more. And if we're ever at an event and we're going to do a live broadcast, feel free to stop by. There's a good chance you might get on the show, or just sit and watch, or hang out, or bring us a drink.
Yeah. Talk about Nike SBs. Oh, I see. I thought the SB
skateboard.
was. Oh, I thought that was for softball. I thought they were really getting into softballs. Anyway, sponsor Johnny McRae with a newer phone. I know his wife, Jennifer, who's amazing, has done some of the video work. I don't know if she's doing it all, but I know she's done some of the video work regarding their phone. They have the money to do it. They certainly do. And then
we still have some Smashbox discs for sale.
Yes.
And I'm sure we'll come out with some sort of apparel, something individually come this year.
Yeah, we'll definitely work on some kind of package that you could piece some stuff together in terms of clothing and apparel. However, I do still have some dry fit short sleeves, long sleeve super softs, and short sleeve super softs, as well as discs. So feel free to reach out to me. Vibram is really a mainstream company that crossed over into disc golf. Yes, they have. That's all thanks to Steve Dodge. And
patches for bags. It's not the worst idea in the world.
In fact, I just had that conversation
with
our friend Miles recently. That would be something that we might look into going into the new season as well.
And for anyone that knows, the backdrop isn't crooked. I think the camera is a little crooked. So just a hair.
I wonder if it's going to run out of time soon.
Probably, because we don't have it plugged in. We just have a battery.
Yeah. Should I get up and look? That'll be better than all of a sudden just abruptly ending the night.
Not if we tell everyone that it might be ending. They'll still hear us. I'm glad you put your headphones right on the microphone.
Some good feedback?
Yeah, well, not feedback, but just a nice thump.
Oh, that's a good place.
What does our camera say?
It says we got 49 minutes, bro. 49 more minutes. Okay, we're not gonna go that long.
What's the late? Did we go to 2 a.m. one night?
Probably.
I don't know if
That should be a good question.
that's a good question. What's the latest in Central Time our podcast has run until?
Uh-oh, I'm getting updates. This is some breaking news here. Nathan Lee from Australia has sent me an update via Facebook. And it looks like Zoe is getting bigger. Normally, I wouldn't proclaim that with such excitement, but seems as if Zoe...
Dick bag tags. That's great. Travis Craig, I fully endorse you to go ahead and do that with our name on it.
No, I don't know if I fully endorse that.
Okay, maybe not. Yeah, Ronald, it's 1 a.m. here, our time, so.
That gives us a full 4 hours as of right now.
Yeah.
Which is funny because some people will look at the YouTube stream and then see, interview with Paul McBeth, and then it'll say 4 hours, 4+ hours. Yeesh. I have an update. I'll let you guys all know. I know we talked about it earlier, but quick update that the next 9 from my tournament is it's almost done. Ooh, there we go.
Welcome from Finland. I'm glad you were awake. It's 9 a.m. there.
Oh, wow. We could be a morning show for people.
Some people.
That's a good idea. 9 a.m. So we started at 5 a.m. his time.
That's perfect drive time.
Oh, if I'm checking my Facebook message, why I haven't responded to it? Oh, good question. There's a new one here. Oh, holy cow. I've got 4 brand new messages from people that I'm not friend with. Mitch Sonderfan has chimed in and has said, you probably have gotten this a dozen times, but did you know there's a Smashbox makeup company? Yes,
yep.
I did know that.
We had seen that.
And Ben, I'm just now getting your message for the first time. You won one of the Justices tonight. What info do I need? I need you to send your social security number, your credit card. No, Ben, send me a message with your address, your full name and address, and then I will be forwarding that on to the correct people. Felix says he won a DD Justice. His name, okay, thank you very much. So I will pass that on. Thank you very much, Felix, if you're still here and listening. It looks like I've got all your information. And Renee Lindberg Mickelson has also reached out to me, so I appreciate that. All right, wow, trying to get all caught up here.
Yeah, Nathan Lee says, send us a blank check made out to cash.
That's all you got to do.
I'm kind of excited. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day after my bag got stolen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of excited to build a new bag.
Okay.
And I was thinking about and I won't do it. I was thinking about putting together a segment. Like, how would you put together a fresh bag?
Oh, jeez.
Like, it's, pretend I'm stupid about discs and say, okay, I know I need a driver, a mid-range, and a putter. How do you go about picking a driver? Like, there's so many of them. How do you go about picking a mid-range or a putter? Like, do you just go up and feel them and like, okay, this one, a zone might feel good to you, but when you get out on the course, it's clearly not. You need to talk to somebody. You need to talk to people about, what's going to work for you or for them. I already know some of the things I'm going to have in my bag because I've got a stockpile. I need at least a comet or two. I don't know what I'm going to do for a putter. I have the Judge. That's more of a throwing putter for me, so it's gonna be more stable. But I'd like to try a Justice. Everybody says that it's a pretty good mid range, and it's clearly disc of the year. So I'm looking forward to throwing a Justice in my bag and playing with that. I've always thrown Buzzes in the past. I've got a bunch of those stockpiled, so I might toss one of those in my bag. And drivers, I've always been an Innova driver guy. And I may continue with that. I have a Destroyer. I love the Destroyer. The Destroyer is probably the newest disc in my bag.
I would just say whatever keeps you at that
928 range.
Yeah, is definitely a working recipe.
I think what's keeping me at the 928 range is this.
Yes, you not playing one night a week?
No, not just that. Me not playing at all.
Oh.
Yeah, there's so many. The Justice is a beefcake, really. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I thought it was more of the straight.
I tuned you out for a minute. No, the Justice is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no effing around with the Justice.
Oh, so it's real overstable.
Yes.
Okay. The Truth. No, it's the Truth is what I'm thinking. The Truth is the one that goes straight.
Yes.
Okay, yes, that's the one I want, not the Justice. The Truth. I have something that goes really overstable, and is if I really like the Truth, I'll play with that. Maybe the Justice will be something I'll step into then. But I really like my zones right now. So.
All right.
Comets and zones.
Jake has let me know that he'd be willing to sponsor another giveaway. So I just need to come up with a question, and I have a good question.
Wow, the late night giveaway.
Yeah. I have a good question. I don't know if I want to use it already, but I guess it could be used. There's one or two people in here that I think might have a distinct advantage. But,
Dirty Dan, the man you fan.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It has been a while, Dirty Dan. Asks, how far can you throw? On a straight, pure, open hyzer, I can throw about 350. If I flex one out, I don't get much more distance. I can sometimes push 400. And I mean, I'm 6'6", which makes it a little easier, but I have
a lot easier.
Yeah, I have horrendous footwork and not great form. So
quit complimenting yourself.
Actually, my footwork isn't that bad, but my form is not great. So
yes. All right, I have to think of something clever to do for a giveaway.
What are we giving away?
Jake said he's willing to sponsor a T-shirt. The only downside that I worry about is somebody contacts me and says, "Oh, I take such and such size," and I may or may not have. I think I'm pretty well stocked in most of them right now.
Okay.
But Jake says he's willing to sponsor another T-shirt.
Yeah,
what we need is people.
We're going to call
pictures.
This our European giveaway for the European watchers now that have just woken up.
Well, the one thing I will say is I want people to be taking pictures of you sporting your Smashbox gear. Yep. And then send it in. We'll put you on our website. We'd love to have you. So thank you for doing that. A few of you. I know John a few weeks ago had taken a picture. We put it right up on our page. All right. Wow. Where to go with my question?
All right, so we're giving away a shirt.
We're giving away a Smashbox TV shirt. Don't try too hard. Let the disc do the work. Format your show to cater to the Europeans at the end for the final hour would be awesome.
So we should just learn how to speak. European.
Okay. That's not a bad idea. I got that in one of them there books.
No, we're not always up this late. Normally we're off by 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
so,
and then I have to drive home, but not.
That's not. Well, you're still driving home at night.
All right, here's this is a legitimate question. Well, there's no way to research it. So too bad. Here you go for a Smashbox TV T-shirt. When I started my Disc Golf Guy video blogs, what recording device did I use for my first 24 video blogs? Yeah.
Is it what I think it is?
Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. It's funny you know the answer.
Okay, then it is what I think it is.
You know what the answer is. So what did my very first, it was like 24, 30-ish video blogs or so.
No one's going to get this.
Wrong. I think somebody will get it. What recording device, think about the era.
No one will get this.
You don't think so?
No.
So far, all the answers have been wrong.
It's not a phone.
Yeah, I'll give you that clue. It is not a phone or cell phone of any kind.
Oh, that's pretty close.
There's some that are getting there. Kinda, sorta. I can't even guess. No, BlackBerry unfortunately somehow counts as a phone or something. Yeah. It is not a phone of a Nintendo DS. That's a solid guess. Incorrect. Canon Rebel is a very solid guess. And I think we've got an answer. Right there.
Yeah. Well,
is it similar? It was kind of wrong.
This right here?
Yeah. All right, so the answer was... Oh, it's right there. He had it.
Yeah.
That's for sure right. Right? Was that the official name of it? Yeah. Now you're making me second guess it. The official answer that I'm going to take... scan up and up.
It was...
You be the judge. You know what it is. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's this one right here.
Okay. I'm going to say it. He's got it. That's our pal Wade, WT Force, answered correctly with Flip Cam. Or I would have just taken Flip, but it's not an iFlip. It's definitely not. So Flip Cam was the correct answer. WT Force, Wade, over in Michigan.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy. There you go. See, that wasn't so bad. What do you mean no one's going to get that?
I didn't think anyone was going to get it.
There's only so many recording devices that weren't phones.
I know.
What, my Panasonic VHS such and such?
Yeah.
No. I had the white one. It had only 59 minutes of space. Yes, Travis, you were so close. And I believe it was David Anman or Onman. Yeah, I know, David. I'm sorry, buddy. You were close. But when you put in an I, that immediately leads to like an Apple type product.
And Terry's definitely very anti-Apple.
Besides being anti-Apple, it just gave it a whole different connotation when you say iFlip.
He hates having the best devices.
Yeah.
World.
Anyway, unless Wade wants to stand down with his answer and give it to you, we concur that Wade's was the correct answer.
It's actually flip video.
Anyway, that's what we're gonna go with. So you guys can fight it out. I was in a flip commercial. Wow,
that's pretty cool.
Like one you made yourself, and then it said "This brought to you by Flip" because that's what they always added on all their commercials. So wow, DG beat, very impressive. So Wade, send me a message, and I know you are this is the closest I've ever been crushed. Send me a message, Wade, and we'll take care of it. And yes, if anyone else sent me messages, I think I've seen them all. Like Ben and Cody and Felix have all tried to friend me, and I can't accept them all. It won't let me. Oh, and get ready to drink. For all you dickbags that think Mark Zuckerberg is going to give you $10 million or some of his money, please quit sharing that. I know I'm about a week late to this party.
Yeah.
Quit sharing it, all right? He's not giving any of us any of his money, and I don't want him to. Okay, I guess I'd take it, but I don't expect him to. So, no. Stop posting that. And no, I will say this. During our after show, you'll rarely, hopefully never, rarely hear me swear.
You did swear. You did drop.
I did.
You did.
I said shit earlier.
You did.
I did. I generally don't. After show, I guess we're gonna let it get a little more loose up in here. But during our normal show, you will not typically hear me. At least not use the dickbag comment.
We haven't done a tip of the week for a while. No, we really haven't.
No.
Or picks of the week, for that matter. Pick of the week. I could go a couple things. I watched, obviously, Star Wars. Oh. Well worth going to see.
I was going to say I watched something that you recommended recently. What was the... No, maybe I didn't.
No, I didn't watch it. That thing you really liked? I didn't watch it.
No, it was the Netflix show with couple superhuman girls or superpowers, and I was like, oh, I had it, and then I didn't click on it. It was Jones.
Jessica Jones. Yeah.
I don't think I clicked on it.
Yeah,
I remember seeing it.
I think you'd like it.
Yeah, I don't.
No, I watched the first episode of Man in the High Castle. I'm really excited about that. That's not really science fiction. It's more alternate history. It's what would happen if we hadn't won World War II. The United States is split into two halves. The East Coast is all German. The West Coast is Japanese.
Oh, I was gonna say Biggie and Snoop.
Biggie and Snoop really?
Oh,
no,
whatever.
Pac.
Yeah.
And I'm through the first episode, and that's very good. The first episode was, so we'll see how it moves on from there. And I just watched the series finale of Haven, so that's over now. That was good too. The whole series was good, but yeah.
What's the Tina Fey show?
Sisters? On Netflix?
Yeah.
Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt?
Yeah. Is that? Did I see something about new episodes?
I'm sure. I know it was renewed for a second, or maybe even a second and a third.
I kind of was getting into that at one point.
It was fun.
Go check out the actor playing Tupac. Pro tip, there's a pro tip. Wade says, pack your extra towels in a Ziploc bag during a rainy tournament. That's something I do actually frequently myself.
Get yourself a nice freezer bag so it's nice and big. Fold up a towel, put it in there.
Yep. That's always a good idea to have that in there. Don't lose your disc in the tall grass. Yep.
When's the new Daredevil coming out? I don't think it's coming out until more towards the middle to end of this year. So I'm excited that we're having Punisher in there now. So yeah.
Wow, some good stuff out on the Facebook. Did we also saw or did we talk about last week about the new course that Avery and Jamie Thomas, a spin, had installed?
No, we don't really know much about it. It just it looks like a new course down in Baton Rouge.
Yep.
That they installed.
Okay, well, it's there. It's in. So if you want to go play it, you can.
Yep.
As I'm browsing through Facebook, someone said, "Oh, Mark Zuckerberg, you can, donate part of your money to our disc golf club or something." Like, no, don't be a dick pig.
So, all right, I need to get this podcast out.
Oh yeah,
for all of our
so you guys
viewers when they wake up.
Do any of you guys? Here's a legitimate question. Do any of you go back, download it, and/or listen to this again?
I can't imagine people would listen to it again. People might go back for the interview, but most of the other stuff. Arrow season 3, that one's pretty good. I'm current on that right now. So,
ooh, how do you like to watch? What is it? Machete? Is that the
term?
term?
There's 3 real different ways you can watch it. There's the 1 through 6. There's 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, the original way it's released.
Yeah. Or
the machete order, which is where you pretty much eliminate one and kind of and skip around a little bit.
What's the advantage to doing it that way?
The machete order?
Yeah.
It basically gets rid of Phantom Menace, which is kind of a garbage garbage movie. And the big spoiler alert. The big reveal in episode 5 is that Vader is Luke's father. And I know. Yeah, pop culture, I ruined it. And that is completely ruined if you watch episode 1, 2, and 3 first, because you have Anakin, and at the very end, they have the twins, and it's Luke and Leia. So that's part of the machete order, is that you don't lose that reveal. That's a big. I think the order is like 4, 5, 2, 3, 6 or something.
That doesn't screw up the whole storyline?
Not really, no. I mean, because it's basically 2 separate trilogies. It's just that you keep the big reveal. So I've never watched them like that. I don't plan on it, because I don't ever see myself. Well, maybe I will, going back and like watching all of them in order. But then again, I just took my kid to see episode 7 when we hadn't watched episode 6 together yet. We watched 4 and 5. So, wow, this week in Star Wars. Yeah. Darth Maul is and so yeah, it's got and if you look through the special edits, there's ones with less Jar Jar in it. So.
Super. Is there gonna be any McBeth hair dyers out there? Anybody gonna try and follow that?
I don't think so.
Why didn't you tell me that my hair's sticking up like a sideways mohawk?
Because I only see you from the side.
People stealing baskets, not cool. You'll go back and see how it happened. Huh. All right. So lots of good stuff. Well, thank you to Jake for the late night giveaway. We appreciate it. Thank you to all you guys for sticking with us. This is one of the largest after shows of people still tuned in at such a late time. We appreciate all of you guys doing that. Of course, Paul McBeth, our featured guest earlier on the regular podcast, as well as Daredevil Discs for supporting us, Dynamic Discs, and Discraft all supporting us here on the podcast. We look forward to having more sponsors and supporters in the upcoming season in 2016. So for Johnny V and myself, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, if we don't see you next week, we'll see you in the new year.
Happy holidays.
When you step inside the Smash Box.